Let's start our study session of Wednesday, February 19th. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically. Item
Here,
1
Madam Mayor.
is an executive session. Ms. Clerk.
Item 1 is notice as executive session, Cain versus City of Tucson, ETAL, Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2023-4850, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3 and A4.
Oh, you.
Alrighty, may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries.
And Mayor, one quick clerical correction. The spelling of the plaintiff's name has an E at the end, so it's C-A-I-N-E. Thank you.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Aye.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 2 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this lawsuit for the amount of $60,000.
So moved.
There's a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 3, time has been set aside for a discussion regarding the fiscal year 2026 budget. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the chance to continue our discussion about the FY26 budget development. We're going to cover a few items here today, and to kick us off, we'll have our Business Services Director, Angel Ozomalam, talking through a few of the items, and then our CFO, Anna Rosenberry, will cover the health insurance parts of the discussion. So without further ado, Angel.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will be reporting on the rates and fees and also provide Mayor and Council with an update on the impact of federal funding activities and what concerns we have as they relate to federal funding that the city receives from Washington. Rates and fees, the table before you reflects projected collections of rates and fees, fee increases approved by this body in FY 2025. The July 1st rollout of permit fees increases covered planning and development services, fire, and transportation and mobility departments. Fee increases in the second phase will take effect on July 1, which is the beginning of fiscal year 2026, at which point the city expects to see the full impact of these approved fee changes. This increase to permit fees across the 3 departments is expected to generate a total of $400,000 of additional revenues. Included also in the table is the second phase of the planning and development services permit valuation assessment fees, and that's on row 2 of the table before Mayor and Council. These fees will take effect in fiscal 26 with anticipated additional collections of $133,000 and steadily increasing over future years. The next fee increase we will look at is for Park Tucson. As Mayor and Council may recall, Park Tucson's parking revenues was significantly impacted during the COVID-19 pandemic. During that time, the fund balance was completely depleted. In fiscal 23, $1.5 million was allocated to Park Tucson from the APA disaster relief funds. In 2024, however, there were no transfer in of resources into the Park Tucson fund. As such, we saw a deficit of $404,000 in that fund at the end of fiscal 2024. Reflected in the table before us are the projected revenues for fee increases of 8% and 17% to 2 different street permits that will take effect in fiscal 26. We anticipate collections of approximately $22,000 on these fees in 26, with projections of $47,000 in future or in subsequent years. The last item on the table is the water utility department fees. Next year will mark the 3rd year of the approved 4-year plan for a 5.5% increase in water utility fees, and we're expecting collections of $12 million in 2025, with $12 million increase in 2027 for a total of $12.5 million increase in 2027 for a total of $24.5 in 27 and beyond.
Mayor and council, before we do this slide, just so we don't leave the quiet part unspoken, this is showing additional revenues coming into some of our funds programmed upon previous approvals. These are not revenues that are able to be reallocated to other needs of the city. So when you see revenues in the water fund, they stay in the water fund. They cannot be used to fund, I don't know, things like police or fire. You see the funds that are in the general fund are fungible within the general fund. These are collected in order to support the planning and development services and related departments that process development permits and things of that nature. So I just wanted to make it absolutely clear that these are necessary funds to make these services whole, keep fund balance, especially in the water utility, not dropping, and they're not reallocatable.
Overall, we're projecting $533,000 in the general fund and $12 million in the other funds as reflected on the table before us. I will move on to provide Mayor and Council an update on federal funding concerns. As Mayor and Council are aware, the new administration issued a pause on January 30th of all activities related to obligations and disbursement of federal grants and financial assistance. But that was rescinded and then blocked by federal court actions. Staff continue to actively monitor federal actions through various sources in order to not be caught off guard by any future development. The Business Services Department is actively working with department directors to understand the impact that any change in federal funding may have on the city, and we are working accordingly to take steps necessary to keep our 200 grant-funded positions and additional staff that are indirectly grant-funded, to keep them employed. We are taking steps to identify resources and/or possible alternate employment within the city to accommodate these employees. The city has $617.5 million in active federal awards. However, it only has an unspent balance from these awards of $283.9 million, and that spans out several years, depending on the individual grant's purpose. The areas within the city that could be more adversely affected by federal funding action are police, fire, housing and community development, and transportation. As I indicated earlier, staff are actively engaged and will strive to continue to identify potential employment opportunities and other resources where available to accommodate situations that may arise from a pause in federal funding. We would like to assure Mayor and Council that we are prepared and will manage through new federal policies and financial impacts accordingly. We will remain vigilant, monitoring the Tucson economy, of course, and potential financial impacts to our current and future budgets and workforce.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to add on this item is that we are actively monitoring, as Angel indicated, the status of our grants. We don't have a list for you today, but we will be providing with you shortly the list of 6 grants that we have contracts for, that we've received either formal or informal correspondence that they're on pause. And so the impacts are beginning to become real, even though the issues are not finally decided. In practice, we are paused on some of our federal grants.
Got a
And
question.
if I understand correctly, nearly $284 million in grants, in federal grants, are at risk?
That's correct, Mayor. That's the unspent balance.
And this $284 million covers not just capital, but staff.
That's correct. There are 200 grant-funded staff with the city right now.
200 grant funded positions. And the departments that are at risk are police, fire, housing, community development, and transportation.
Honorable Mayor, that's the primary list. There are other programs as well, but those are the big four.
So are you trying to tell us that we could possibly lose police officers, firefighters, housing, community development staff, as well as transportation staff?
Honorable Mayor, that is a realistic outcome
Okay.
under the current understanding.
Okay. Councilmember Cunningham.
My question's a little separate. Do we have a forecast for 25? I mean, I see the 26 forecast, and I appreciate it. Do we have our 25 numbers? We should have a pretty good idea what we're going to finish on.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that information was included in last study session. We did, at that time, presented that our revenues were expected to, in 25, expected to exceed the revenue budget. Expenditures were expected to.
I'm talking about just for the rate and fees, so we're
Oh,
comparing.
I'm sorry, sir.
Comparing to, just to, I got our projections, and I'm sure we came up with good numbers for the 400,000 across the board. I have a couple questions on that. Number one is that I'm not sure. I think we can probably have some tweaks, and so that number increases gradually each year. Number two is that if we, because we're doing that lower. The number two is that it would be helpful to look at 23 and 24, 25 to see how those numbers trend, just so we have an idea in your methodology, and we can answer back when people ask us, well, how did you come up with that? So that's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for the same rate and fee calculations for planning and development for what we think we're going to end up on 25 and then how we did in 24. I think that would probably give everybody at the table some perspective. Totally not shooting holes in your presentation. Just think that would be helpful information.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we can provide that information. I just want to reemphasize that this is the net increase of increased revenues. These are not the total revenues for any of those line items.
Thank you.
But we can provide you a backward and then forward-looking projection.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the rest of the material is related to health insurance, and there is a lot of it. So thank you for bearing with us and going through the information. We're really in this memorandum and at this study session trying to take a big picture look at where our health insurance programs are sitting. Oh, Angel has the magic touch, I hope. So we'll give you the big picture today. And we'll be presenting the city manager's recommendation for the health insurance program changes at the next study session on March 4th. We'll be asking for a final indication to proceed from you at that meeting. We need this at this point in the year because open enrollment for employees and retirees is held during the month of May, 30-day period. We usually take the entire month of May, and we have numerous education and enrollment sessions to set up, as well as a bunch of documents to make changes if we have associated plan changes for the year. And we need the time to prepare for those events and get open enrollment going. All of that obviously happens before a final budget is adopted. So these are decisions that need to be made before we get to final budget. You all know that each year we have been working to find strategies that lower the financial impacts of this really important benefit that the city provides its workers and retirees. And we continue that work. This year is no different. And thankfully, we've had a lot of assistance from our health benefits consultant staff within the benefits team and our employee benefits group. On slide 2, we have information related to general cost increases for the city's 3 health plans that we offer. Within our 5-year plan, the 5-year forecast, we have projected that we're estimating that medical costs will grow at a rate of 8.5% year over year. That's tied to historical medical inflation and some of our experience over the years. That's the general number that we've worked into our projections and we kind of are planning for. Over the past 12 months, 2 of our 3 medical plans have experienced significantly higher cost growth, particularly in the area of prescription drugs. And the projected plan expenses are shown in Table 2. So what you have in the columns, you see a column that says network plan, then our HRA plan, and our HSA plan, and the total impact, as well as the number of employees and retirees that we have participating in those plans. So if you think about our, for planning purposes, expecting to see an 8.5% increase in these costs, you can see the bottom line for the network plan and the estimate that we will need 20.1% more to fund that plan next year than we're providing this year. And for the HRA plan, an additional 22.9%. You can see that these costs are significantly outstripping what we've been planning for within our model. The health savings account, the HSA plan, is actually in a positive position there with the negative number. That column is telling you is that the projected plan expenses for next year are actually less than what we're charging in the current year to the city and the employees that participate in that plan. So that plan is fully funded and actually has a funding surplus of $2.6 million in this projection. So if we are to make no changes to these plans, no changes to the network plan or the HRA plan, we will need to see those correlating increases in the premiums that are charged and the employer and employee costs related to those plans. The other thing that I'd like to point out, we've started to analyze each of these plans separately on their own because they offer distinctly different benefits and there's a different premium structure for them. Employees get to make a choice based on their premiums. And so if you look at the deficits, the costs that exceed resources within the network plan and the HRA plan, it's actually a total of $9.9 million in costs for those 2 plans. The net over in the far column is actually masked by that positive position of the HSA plan. So the network and the HRA plan, we really need to come up with almost $10 million to cover the projected costs for the coming years. As I said, we've been forecasting within the 5-year model that we would have cost increases of 8.5% per year. That amounts to $4 million in the general fund and an additional $800,000 in the other funds, approximately $4.8 million. When you compare what we have in the financial model available, $4.8 million, with the costs that need to be covered in those plans at 9.9, almost $10 million, you see that we have a math problem that we need to solve for. Table 3 shows us the total cost of the plans. We've been starting to analyze and really look at how we're managing these plans and managing our benefit choices on a plan-by-plan basis. What you see is that the total cost, the total annual premiums for the network plan, whether you're having employee-only coverage, employee and spouse, employee and children, or employee and family, going down the column there, are much higher than they are for the HRA plan and the HSA plan in particular. The health savings account plan is our lowest cost plan, and the network plan is our highest cost plan. So as you're aware, we have been doing a lot of education because the cost of the plans and the choices that employees make. As an employer, we're funding the lion's share of that cost. We've really been on an effort to educate employees about their plan choices and how they can benefit, particularly from considering enrolling in the health savings account plan and establishing a health savings account, funding it for themselves and their families. You can see that we've been actually pretty successful in getting people interested in trying the health savings account plan. In fiscal year 23, we had, almost two-thirds of our employees, active employees, were enrolled in the network plan, the most expensive plan, and less than a quarter of them enrolled in the health savings account plan or the lowest cost plan. We've really moved the needle in the last 3 years. And for our most recent year, fiscal year 25, we have roughly an equal split between people deciding to participate in the network plan and that health savings account plan, with a small sliver of folks continuing to enroll in that health reimbursement account plan, although that percentage is slowly declining as well. I guess one of the things that I would say as well that I don't have a separate slide for, we added exhibits to your materials showing you how the city's contributions and the employee share of the health costs compare to other Arizona cities and counties around the state. And one of the things, we've been tracking on this and these comparators for a number of years, and we continue to see that the city of Tucson shoulders a larger burden of the cost of health care plans for our employees than the average of other comparators in the state. And we continue to have that situation. We've been moving the needle on that slowly. In that last year, we had a 1% of total premium shift to the employees from the employer. And that continues to be a part of the discussion because our ability to fund health benefit increases competes directly with our ability to fund other things in the budget, including wage increases and increased pension costs. These are all competing for scarce dollars. So we're really trying to take a look at where other employers, other municipal employers around the state are with their contributions to employee health care. We've included some information in the memo regarding retiree costs. Table 4 and Table 5 in your memo show the relative costs of covering retiree health care versus active employee health care. The cost to cover retirees exceeds the amount of contributions from retirees. That's what Table 4 is showing you. We're showing you for active employees, the contributions that they provide, and that's both the employee and the employer contribution, compared to the costs that are generated by that group. And how the same methodology of contributions versus costs pans out for retirees. The retiree loss ratio is higher than it is for employees. And on Table 5 in the memo, we've shown you the per member per month cost for the period of July through November, just a recent period of time. And that shows you that retirees cost nearly twice the dollars within these plans of active employees. And those aren't, we've found these trends, both the loss ratio and the per member per month costs, to be similar for other periods of time. That's, I think, actually very standard within medical plans around the country. The amount of health care that we consume as we age goes up. And so you usually find that when you're covering a pool of retirees, it's much more expensive than covering a pool of active employees. And we're no different. We find ourselves in that situation. When it comes to determining how much employees and retirees are charged in premiums, we have had a blended premium where we lump the employee costs and the retiree costs all together to determine the annual premium amount. Mayor and council may want to consider decoupling this. It has been conversation in the past, and that could allow for different premium pricing between the groups that could more accurately match contributions with costs. I think that's the last slide that I have for you. On the memo on page 8, we talk a bit about, I've mentioned the Employee Benefits Committee. They're meeting regularly. We have members of all of our labor groups invited to that committee. Non-represented employees and our benefits consultant from Siegel attends that meeting and is available for questions from any of the employees participating there. Table 6 in the memo talks about a number of options that the committee has been considering in the last months that they've explored to help solve for this issue of the cost escalation within the plans and the renewal for the next year. Within the network plan, the committee has been considering plan design changes that could include increasing deductibles, increasing existing coinsurance, establishing coinsurance where none has been paid in the past, and really adding another tier to our drug plan to try to address retail specialty drugs. There are estimated cost savings that the group has been looking at in this area that range from $2.6 to $3.8 million a year. On the health reimbursement, that HRA plan design changes, they've been looking at ideas like increasing out-of-pocket maximum, increasing coinsurance on the plan, reducing the reimbursement account contribution that comes from the city. They've also considered a prescription drug benefit change that would move it from a copay system like it has now to more of a coinsurance plan that would mirror what happens on the health savings account plan with prescription drugs. They've also considered adding that Tier 4 retail specialty drug coinsurance. The estimated cost savings for HRA plan design changes that they've been looking at range from a few $1,000s up to a total of $1 million for the year. On the health savings account plan, they are also considering that Tier 4 retail specialty drug coinsurance, just so all three of the plans will mirror each other in how they're looking at specialty drugs. And noting that the current premiums cover more than the expected costs for next year, the group haven't really been looking at cost containment items for the health savings account plan changes. They have been discussing the enhanced health savings account contributions. The committee continues, again, to talk about that employer-employee cost shift to try to bring City of Tucson more in alignment with comparator cities, or the average of comparator cities, for how much the employer is paying and the employee. Those kind of changes range in savings generated of around $450,000 to $480,000 for the year. They've also studied self-funding our dental insurance. The city moved to self-funding its medical plans, I think, 5 or 6 years ago. We're still purchasing dental insurance, just buying insurance. They've done a fair amount of analysis on self-insuring for one of the plans, our dental PPO, and there could be an estimated annual savings without making any changes to the plan or increasing premiums for employees of savings of $247,000. They've also, we're looking at the retiree dental HMO. There is a 4% increase in that. That is a plan that we would continue to just purchase as insurance. A 4% increase for retirees on that plan. It's a pass-through from the insurer. The city picks up the full cost of this for employees. Again, the estimated cost to the city on this would be nothing, but it is a pass-through to retirees that enroll. So again, I know we've presented you with a lot of information. We do intend to present the city manager's health insurance recommendation at our next meeting for your final indication to proceed.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, before Anna wraps up with the budget engagement portion, I just want to foreshadow what I'm expecting to bring to you on the 4th. I want to compliment the Employee Benefits Committee for the work they've done. This is not a one-off for them. They kind of meet year-round on a variety of issues, and they've done some great work here. I'm expecting to bring you a recommendation that reflects much of what the Employee Benefits Group is recommending. I do want to highlight under number 3 in your table, the HSA plan design changes. The Employee Benefits Committee is recommending that we retain the incentive for the HSA plan. Just as a reminder, traditionally, the HSA upfront contributions from the employer were $1,000 for individual and $2,000 for family. The move to $1,500 and $3,000 was a one-year incentive that we continued for a second year, the year we're in, as an incentive. I'm leaning toward a recommendation to actually go back to the $1,000 and $2,000. I just wanted to put that on the table for you to consider as well. It's not in front of you for action today, but I just wanted to signal that is one area where I'm still evaluating what to recommend to you. And the cost impact of that is about $1.3 million that would be saved. And having said that, I think the vast majority of their work, we'll see where they land ultimately, but I think it's going to land in a place that I can bring it forward to you, perhaps with that one change.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Based on the incentives for the HSA and the migration from network to HSA in fiscal year 23 and 24, it seemed as though the additional funds for the HSA to move from network to HSA worked, because we were at 67% network, which is our most expensive plan. I'm curious to see what the Benefits Committee is recommending for mayor and council to do. And I generally like incentivizing a move where people feel comfortable that they're coming in with, especially an employee and a family, coming in with enough to be able to pay for their healthcare needs. My big question is, we have seen previous years, and we've gone through budgeting. I've gone through budgeting for the last 16 years as a council member and a mayor. Why 20% increase? We've seen 8% increase, 8.5% increase, 6.5%. This is a 20.1% increase for the network. What is happening? Why the big jump?
Mayor, in plans like this that cover thousands of individuals, it's never just one thing, but the biggest thing that we are seeing is the cost of prescription drugs. Especially in the network and the HRA plan that have copays, set dollar copays for those drugs. When the plan says, your copay will be $30 for a drug, for instance. When the price of that drug goes up and the copay doesn't change, the full cost increase is borne by the plan or the employer. We have also seen just the price of prescription medications skyrocket. And so, again, the committee has been fairly well focused on analyzing changes that they could recommend, including that fourth tier, a higher tier for some of the most expensive retail specialty drugs, to have higher copays or to have a higher level of coinsurance required, as ways to try to help share the cost between the person that's using the service and the employer and the other people on the plan who are paying a monthly premium. So those things are being considered, but this year in particular, we've seen the impact of the cost of prescription medication increases.
Would the city of Tucson have any capacity to negotiate? Like, the federal government tried to and was successful at negotiating prices for certain specialty drugs used by Medicare. Is that any possibility? I mean, we are self-funded, and I don't know if that makes any difference. I think that one of the reasons why we became self-funded was because we wanted to put pressure on the percentage increases in our healthcare. Is that against the law, or have we even tried?
Mayor, I'm not certain if it's against the law. I'm not certain what we could achieve. I think that the discussion about what's happening within the prescription drug market is a very big discussion, and I'm not the most qualified person to lead that discussion. We could certainly get some of our consultants, both from Cigna and Siegel, here to talk about it. One of the elements within the cost of each of these plans for a number of years has been an actual deduction for rebates that we are receiving from the drug manufacturers. I think you hear some of it in some of their advertising about rebates that are offered. Cigna has a program where they go after those rebates on behalf of our employees and our plan, and that actually comes back and positively impacts, it reduces our cost. Well, we are seeing those rebates dry up. They're declining. I think what's happening in the market with the drug manufacturers is that I don't know if they're reducing those programs or they're going away, but that's also, in addition to prices increasing, we are seeing the rebate opportunities decrease. I can certainly ask our folks what other measures we could be taking.
What other measures, and if they could provide us, like, drill down a little bit more in terms of what are the drugs that are costing this exorbitant amounts of money? Councilmember Cunningham.
Two things. Number one, we talked about unblending last year. We also talked about the idea that we probably can't unblend if we can't think of a second option for our retirees. I don't know if we can get an HSA for retirees. We also have a lot of retirees that go on to a second career, and they can be insured by their new employer. So there's some pieces to that we've got to really consider. And that's one of the things about the unblending part is that, I'd really, if we have an employee that goes on to a second career, we actually shouldn't be responsible to insure them, but we can give them the option to purchase. So that we should at least give them the option to purchase within our HSA or something like that. I've always said that's where we've kind of hit an impasse. Secondly, just so you know up front, I can tell you I'm with the mayor. If you decrease it, I'm probably not going to want to vote for it. Yeah, we can't decrease the incentive for the cost savings. That just doesn't make any sense to me fiscally. But more to go above and beyond that, what I'll tell you is that if you increase the HSA premiums, I won't vote for that either. I don't want to see an increase in HSA premiums at all. In fact, I'd like to see a decrease. The other thing is there's 3 different types of programs. I use GoodRx, not trying to do an advertisement for a multi-million-dollar company, but I probably am right now. Everyone can use this, and we can probably incentivize our employees to step up and do that. That would probably help us with the co-insurance piece with prescription drugs. So I think all those pieces are really, really important. If we want to self-insure dental, just understand that you can use your HSA for dental, and I just did that. So I want people to think about kind of how we can augment their own HSA for dental and add to it with the premium they would have been paying for dental anyway, and maybe we match it like 50 cents on the buck or something like that. That may help some of our problems. Finally, we still need to go out to our employees and convince them that this is actually a good deal. The HSA is actually a pretty good deal. I know that I think at least 5 of us at this table use it. So it's worked out pretty well for me. In this past like 3 years, I've chopped off my finger hanging a campaign sign. My wife broke her ankle. Actually, it was a compound fracture in her leg. I broke my ankle. My son got a really bad concussion playing basketball. All those things happened to our family in an 18-month period, and guess what? The HSA covered all of it. We didn't come out of pocket really at all. So I think there's a myth out there that this stuff doesn't cover things, and we want to dispel that myth. It's how we can save money. I think if you make some of the tweaks and torques to it, again, do not burden the HSA side. I think that's the biggest piece. And ultimately, we may have to increase the HSA premium, but there's really no need to do that unless a lot of us are on that HSA. So those are my comments for today. I just want to let you know where I'm coming from up front. I do hope it does affect some of the recommendations you have planned, Mr. Manager, because it gives you some informed kind of understanding of where I am on this side of the table. I think it's really important to let you know from an interest of just transparency, but also from kind of what I'm thinking is that those are the lists that I have. I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple interesting observations. One on the retiree piece. I'm really curious, and you may not have this answer right now. It seems like there's an unusually large percentage of retirees that are on the HRA instead of the HSA. So I'm really curious as to why the migration from the network to the HRA and not all the way to the HSA. Do you have any intel on that?
I can talk a little bit about what I've heard, and also there's some history behind it. So up until last year, we did not allow retirees to select the HSA plan. It was closed to them. Their options were the network plan or the HRA. So we find a lot of them, obviously, within those two plans. And we've only had sort of 1 year where they've been eligible to move into it. I think we have 53 who selected it in the current year, but hopefully there will be more migration. The other circumstance is that for those who have used that reimbursement account for a number of years and built up a balance, once you leave the plan, you abandon that balance. And that's the nature of a reimbursement account. That's how it works. It's not like a health savings account. And so it's not as advantageous. It's not portable to the employee. So I think it has probably kept some people in that plan so they don't lose their balance. But it's also the reason that we're the last employer out of all of those comparators who even still offers a reimbursement account plan, I think. They've just really been replaced with a health savings account type plan because they're more portable for the employees. You know, the money is yours. It's in an account that's yours. It's not your employer's. And if you were to leave employment, you take the account with you. It's totally portable. So those are, I think it's a combination of some of those circumstances as to why we still have a large portion of retirees in that health reimbursement account.
Okay, that's super helpful to know. So it sounds like our objective really is how do we get folks on the retiree side and the employee side from the network over to the HSA plan? That sounds like that's our area of opportunity there. Thank you for explaining that. And you know, every time, and even last time I talked about our goals, but seeing the numbers in front of us, we have, like you said, it's almost 50-50 with a few HRA folks in the middle on the employee side. I would be really curious where the math would tell us to go. Like how many people this cycle do we want to get from the HSA, or, you know, over to the HSA from the network side, so we can continue to, you know, work the math and get this thing where it needs to be from the funding standpoint. So I would really like to see that as we go into open enrollment, so we know kind of what number we're marching to. And the other piece I think I mentioned to Tim in a one-on-one conversation, when we look at our education around the HSA plan, I read a number like 90% of people who have HSA plans don't use those funds for investing. You can actually invest your HSA funds, and our plan offers anything above $1,000. You have to keep $1,000 cash in your HSA account to cover your medical expenses, but anything above and beyond that, you can invest that in whatever your choice is in the market. So those funds can continue to grow, which is a really valuable tool that we have available to us too within this structure. And then my other question is just on the HSA piece with about the $2.7 million, I don't want to use the word overfunded if that's the right word, but what happens with those funds? And then to your point that my colleagues have talked about, I think people on the HSA side the math is working well on this, so not giving the full incentive to move over. I'm just trying to understand that if we're overfunded in that category.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Lee, if that full 2.7 million stays in the plan, it actually goes to subsidize the other two plans. It brings the overall cost of the premiums for the network plan and the HRA plan down. If you end up approving it where you take, if you retain the incentives for the HSA plan, it stays within the HSA plan, and then it would be the residual that would, ultimately, what it does is it brings down the cost for the other plans.
Thank you for explaining that.
Great
Those are all my
question.
questions, Mayor.
Any other questions, comments? Vice Mayor?
Could we set up our own pharmacy for our employees? I'm serious. Like, is that something we could look into as a starting point? There's farmacias populares all across Latin America where municipal governments are providing pharmacies for community because it's such a high cost. So they can get it at cost and then just add another 15% for administration so that we could have, lower costs. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I think El Rio has a similar program where they purchase a lot of generics. So I don't know. We have to think innovatively and have to look into different ways of doing business. Things are changing, and I think we should change too. Any other questions, comments? Alrighty. Thank you so much for the presentation. We really appreciate you. Okay. Alrighty, we move on to item number 4. Time has been set aside for an update on PFAS. You spelled out, I am not going to say the appropriate names, PFAS, and the city's water supply, Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you. This is our quarterly report on per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, AKA PFAS. And our water director, John Kamika, is here to talk you through that.
All right, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. This PFAS quarterly update is to document for the public actions and activities that have occurred at a national, state, and local levels during the fourth quarter of the calendar year 2024, October 1st through December 31st. First and foremost, Tucson Water's potable system should be free of any known PFAS impacts. Rigorous testing over the years have identified several areas of the aquifer in the Tucson Basin that need to be avoided to ensure PFAS compounds are not unknowingly distributed to the community. To date, we have proactively turned off 22 wells over the last few years and have restricted the use to emergency only for 8 additional wells. In addition, the Tucson Airport remediation project has been rerouted from the potable system to a non-potable beneficial use status, supplying water for the reclaimed water system, as well as a discharge location on the Santa Cruz River, now known as the Heritage Park Irvington outfall. On average, just under 10% of the daily production from the facility is going to the outfall into the Santa Cruz River, while a vast majority of treated water is being distributed by the reclaimed water system across the community. October 1st through December 31st, 2024, Tucson Water collected and tested 286 water samples for PFAS. Upon direction received from Mayor and Council back in October 22, Tucson Water started the work on the Randolph Park Groundwater Treatment Facility, which will install a new well and PFAS treatment facility in Randolph Park, located just north end of the existing plume of PFAS in that area. The project is intended to capture and treat contaminated groundwater from further migration into Tucson Water's service area, preventing further impact to Tucson Water's central well field. Treated water will be beneficially reused for irrigation at the golf course. This project is funded in part by 6.7 from the 2022 System Conservation proceeds, as previously approved by Council. Additionally, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024 will provide an additional $2.25 million for the project. This act was signed into law on March 9, 2024, and was supported by our local representatives and senators. Work for the fourth quarter included continued well development. The well has not yet developed enough extraction capacity to continue with the current proposed treatment design. Tucson Water, in partnership with ADEQ, are working actively on other potential alternatives to increase extracted groundwater flow from the area to meet the intended goals of halting plume advancement into the central well field. As an update to the Tucson Airport remediation project, the final design of the TARP AOP PFAS pretreatment project was completed in June of 2024 and was submitted to ADEQ, Tucson Planning and Development Services, and EPA Region 9. Guaranteed maximum price contracts for long lead items and the balance of construction have now been encumbered. In-field construction commencement actually began on January 6th of this year with a completion date of December 2026. The project is currently receiving majority funding from the state of Arizona and will have a total cost near $26.7 million. Tucson Water continues to work cooperatively with the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport Authority to resolve the additional costs from PFAS that have been incurred by the utility. Tucson Water and the Airport Authority are now current on all past billings related to TCE and 1,4-dioxane. Discussions on PFAS-related costs are still in progress. The U.S. Air Force is currently performing a PFAS Phase 1 remedial investigation at Air Force Plant 44. A contract was awarded to Sustainment and Restoration Services in September of 22. The site is being characterized to delineate the nature and extent of PFAS from two past aqueous film-forming foam releases in the area. Phase 2 of the remedial investigation will focus on human health and ecological risk assessments. Materials being investigated by Air Force Plant 44 project include soil, wash sediment, groundwater, and surface water. Groundwater monitoring and existing and new monitoring wells was completed in March 2024 on this project. So step-out sampling of soil, groundwater, sediment, and surface water was additionally conducted in September 24 to determine the extent of PFAS contamination. Air Force is in the process of also utilizing an existing extraction well to capture PFAS in the area of Plant 44 with high concentrations, with construction and startup scheduled this past December. The final remedial investigation report is expected to be completed in December of 2025, and the Air Force also awarded a design contract in August of 24 to construct a long-term PFAS groundwater treatment plant with an estimated completion date of 2028. Moving north to the city's Northwest Wellhead Treatment Facility project is moving forward as planned. Tucson Water is working with the City of Tucson Real Estate to address remaining existing site issues in the area. An RFQ was issued to hire an engineering consultant to design the treatment facility as well as the collection pipeline to bring the water from the wells for treatment. The contract for design services consultant is being finalized this month. With reference to our ongoing product liability lawsuit, the court has granted preliminary approval of a proposed settlement between some of the defendants and municipal water providers, which would include the City of Tucson. Tucson Water employees have compiled a list of PFAS-affected water resources and laboratory sample results as part of a city staff effort to evaluate terms against the city's claims. The city attorney will brief the mayor and council at the conclusion of these efforts in the near future. Honorable Mayor and members of council, that concludes the quarterly update.
I have a lot of questions, not because I don't know what's happening, but I think that there's some confusion out there in terms of what federal funds are coming in and which ones are not. And so first and foremost, thank you so much. Really appreciate the update. It's an important topic for Tucsonans, but I do want to make sure that we are moving in the most appropriate direction. First and most importantly, that Tucson Water and the City of Tucson are delivering safe drinking water for our community. And that has not changed. One area that I have said the last 8 years is that we must hold polluters accountable, and that the citizens and Tucson Water ratepayers should not take on the burden of remediating PFAS from our aquifer. Our community deserves transparency and action and investment in solutions that protect both our environment and our people. So talking back to holding polluters accountable, there have been conversation with our congressional delegation, our senators, both Sinema and Kelly, and our new senator, Gallego, that had been paying attention to the PFAS issues here in Tucson. Part of the conversation was to hold DM, or the Department of Defense, accountable for them being the polluters in this case. So how is that conversation going with the new administration?
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So those negotiations are continuing with the Department of Justice representing the Department of Defense on the issues related to TARP. We are also including in those negotiations the Tucson Airport Authority. So all those active principal responsible parties that have been identified in the past, Tucson Water and the City of Tucson Attorney's Office, first and foremost with our outside counsel, we have been engaged in back and forth conversations on the negotiations of settlements related to PFAS cost and the city's burden in the past that we've put out there.
Another report that we've seen is that the City of Tucson and Tucson Water are in danger of not receiving the $86 million for our pure water system. Can you talk about that?
Honorable Mayor, I'll lead, and then John will probably clean up some of this. The system conservation agreements for the Colorado River that have funded Tucson Water on a number of activities largely are funded under the Inflation Reduction Act. That is one of the acts that was initially targeted for pause and is still uncertain. So we have signed contracts to do a number of things. Some of them we've completed and been paid for. Some of them we have not yet completed and not been paid for. So specifically, we're in the third year of system conservation where we were being paid for every acre foot we didn't order and didn't take, we are paid to do that. If that funding is frozen, but we're still doing the action, that's an uncomfortable uncertainty for us. So we're going to have to triage how much in 2025 we can expect to be compensated for the actions we're taking now. We also were approached by the federal government to enter into a fourth year. We have executed an agreement that does a fourth year. That's for next year. In my mind, that funding is uncertain, and so therefore, when we have to have resolution on that before October 1st, before we place our order for next year. And then finally, you mentioned the Advanced Water Purification Project, the $87 million project. That's also from the same, it's a different bucket, but within the same funding mechanism. We have not received anything officially that says we're not getting it. We have signed a contract and executed a contract to do it. So we are intending to move ahead with the project, and we're intending the federal government to meet their obligations under that contract.
I have nothing to add.
Any questions or comments on this item? Already hearing none. I think we are going to move item 6 next, correct? So time has been set aside to discuss fire preparedness and risk mitigation in Tucson. And this is an item requested by Councilwoman Lee. So Councilwoman Lee, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. It was just last month that we saw a series of 8 destructive wildfires affect Los Angeles metro area and San Diego County. And I don't know if it's just me, but it doesn't feel like it was just last month with all the demands on our time and jumping from one crisis to the next. But I really appreciate this opportunity to pause and look at some of the lessons learned and experiences and challenges that we saw out in the Los Angeles area. Because I think like a lot of folks, when things were happening, we realized that this could happen to us. We've been dealing with drought conditions and a lot of variables. Granted, we don't have the Santa Ana winds, thankfully, but I think a lot of folks looked around and said this could be us at some point. So I really wanted to put a conversation together so we could talk about what we learned. The Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, they're responsible for creating and managing the risk maps that the insurance companies use to determine our homeowners' insurance rates. And I don't live in a mountain home up nestled in the foothills anywhere. I live in the city, in the valley, and my home is now in a high-risk of wildfire area. Our insurance premiums are going up, and thousands of families in Ward 4 and across the city, our rates are going up, and we now live in high-risk wildfire areas that we didn't used to last year. So this is like a lot of families, working families, our home is our largest investment. So I think a lot of folks are starting to really pay attention to this issue because it's directly affecting our bottom line now. Pima County recently discussed this month a similar topic, and they came away with an action to come back at the Board of Supervisors level with a regional plan around communication and coordination with the jurisdictions, and I know that we are connected to that work as well. And this item is just an opportunity to, again, reflect and look at what happened in California, specifically to talk about our water infrastructure as it relates to firefighting. Our police or our fire chief will talk about staffing, equipment, and other things in his department. And then I really want to leave on a positive note with some things that we can all do to best prepare and prevent the spread of wildfires. I couldn't get Smokey the Bear here, but if I could, I totally would have. So I want to start out by throwing it over to our water director. I do have a few closing potential action items pending what our team wants to talk about, but Director Kamik.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Lee, and thank you, Council, for entertaining this item here. Often, almost 99.9% of the time, I only talk about drinking water or reclaimed water issues, so this actually gives me the opportunity to talk about how the water system's built, and that is for the protection for the community from fire. So this is great. So, yeah, going back in time, it was the mayor and council of Tucson in 1882 that as the city was growing rapidly, they knew one of the biggest threats to a growing community in the West and an industrialized country was fire. Many people across the country remember the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. So it was top of mind as communities began to develop and more urbanization was occurring, is to not get to a point where your whole city burns down after you spend 5 or 10 years building it up. So the mayor and council created the Tucson Water Company, which was a public-private partnership in the fall of 1882. And that first direction was to bring pressurized water near this area here to the intersection of Main and McCormick and put the first fire hydrant for the protection of this community. So moving forward over time, by 1900, the Tucson Water Company became the Tucson Water Department. And the protection of the community in partnership with Tucson Fire was always first and foremost for protection of the citizens. And then later it became a drinking water system. So it was a fire protection system first. So the way Tucson Water designs and constructs and maintains the water system is for the protection of fire primarily, but it does serve a clean water. So it's a dual mission system. So as each new development or neighborhood or commercial structure wishes to expand and connect, and we'll talk about the main Tucson water system, they come into our development and planning and services, and what exercise that goes through is a fire protection exercise, making sure that what development is going to be at which elevation, what the water pressures and supplies will be at that elevation to meet whether it's residential acute fires or if it's a big commercial building, enough fire flow and protection for a commercial structure. And it goes through a series of modeling events to know what type of infrastructure that developer is going to be required to bring to the table to the city of Tucson to make sure fire protection services are there. So if it's a neighborhood, it's generally a 4-hour flow duration is necessary for acute structures at 1,500 gallons per minute. If it's a commercial building, it can be as much as 3,000 gallons per minute. All that then tells the department and this is working with the fire department and the jurisdiction it's in, is to tell the developer, you need to do this type of upgrade, you need to help add storage to the system, you might need to put in booster pumps, you might need to do this diameter pipeline, all that, to make sure those minimum standards are there as the system grows. So that's a lot how the system gets built. So pretty much anywhere in the urban environment, you have these minimum standards of protection to meet the national standards for fire protection and flow, duration, and all that. And then on top of that, storage, Tucson Water's storage system, which are the 60-plus tanks and reservoirs throughout the community, can hold as much as 300 million gallons of capacity throughout the community, where our daily demand is less than 100 million gallons a day. So we do have a lot of storage. Some of it is in the city system that needs to be boosted around, but a lot of it is what we call gravity flow. So it's set up in the hills, whether it's the Tucson Mountain, the Catalina foothills, the Rillito, and that gravity storage helps maintain pressure and can provide enough fire flows to meet those 4-hour minimum requirements in those areas, in those pressure zones, so the fire departments can access that water from the system. It should be substantial enough and long enough to put out, again, acute structure fires that our system is designed for. So once all that becomes part of the Tucson Water portfolio, then there's maintenance that actually has to be involved. And so we manage over 22,500 hydrants throughout the Tucson Water system. Many of those are on an annual maintenance and review program. There's the use of not only the Tucson Water crews when there's reports of potential outages, or if a car hit a hydrant or damage like that can go on and make it repair, but we also use consultant services to have a baseline maintenance program where numbers of hydrants are given full inspections, repair, and maintenance procedures throughout the course of the year. So a lot of activities go around firefighting. I'm glad I'm able to actually talk about something different for you. But the Tucson Water system is very strong and resilient and has a lot of capacity and a lot of storage. And that's actually one of the benefits of having a groundwater-based system too, is our sources. We have dozens and dozens of sources that can contribute active water during the case of a large-scale fire, a multi-building fire or something like that, that can contribute also to the storage that's already on hand with our system. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief.
Thanks, John. Honorable Mayor and Council, I'll echo what Director Kamik said. We are end users of the water system and very appreciative of all the work our partners at Tucson Water put into it. Similar in time, Tucson Fire Department, established in 1881 as a volunteer fire department, as most of the country is still protected by today, except in largely urban and suburban areas. And over time has grown to where we are now with 21 stations that service the city, one station that's captive, if you will, on the Raytheon plant near the airport through a fee-for-service arrangement with Raytheon Corporation, and 645 dedicated men and women of the Tucson Fire Department in those stations 24/7, 365. As you know, and as our annual report, which we share every year, over time, our call volume has grown dramatically in this city. I arrived in Tucson in late September of 2019, and in that year we had about 87,000 calls for service. Last year we concluded with just shy of 106,000 calls for service. Anyone who doubts the population growth and service demand in the city of Tucson is not paying attention to the numbers. Certainly, we have of our staff, our commissioned staff, all of us are trained at least as emergency medical technicians. So the residents and visitors of Tucson get 2 employees for the price of 1, so to speak. And we have 243 folks who are certified as emergency paramedics as well. So that being said, the fire service has morphed over time, and Tucson is no stranger to that, certainly starting as a structural fire protection system, but has since moved into emergency medical services. That has become sort of the backbone. Fire-based EMS is a national model right now, and about 85% of our call volume is medical in nature here in the city. But we also, the fire department sort of becomes the Swiss Army knife, if you will, for city services. And so technical rescue, hazardous materials response, both of which Tucson Fire represents, not just the city of Tucson, but provides service all across southern Arizona, not only in terms of response, but training our partner agencies here in Pima County, Cochise County, Santa Cruz County, and as far away as Yuma. and also swiftwater rescue during monsoon season as well. So all of those things combined to make us a very busy place, and now we have the wildfire issue added to it. And that's a unique thing for an urban fire department. When I talk to my colleagues in the metropolitan fire chiefs, very few of them have wildland fire teams because they're protecting urban cities where wildfire has not been a problem yet. But as colleagues in New York City have found out, the Denver area, it is becoming an urban problem, and it is truly a national fire problem. So we do have a lean but very dedicated wildland fire team of approximately 10 of our members. So these are structural firefighter EMTs who are cross-trained in the wildland environment as well, because wildland firefighting and structural firefighting are two very different animals. And we are a proud cooperator with the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, sending our resources when needed outside the city when we can afford to do so, when it's safe to send them to wildfires here within Arizona as well as in other western states. Most recently, we had a team of 4 for 2.5 weeks in Southern California as part of the wildfire response there. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I do have a couple comments. So Chief, we had talked about possibly some things that folks can do to reduce the risk. Some things that are top of mind for me are fireworks. I heard a lot of complaints online about fireworks around Christmas time, New Year's, even January 12th. And most offensive to me was during the Super Bowl because I'm a Chiefs fan, but that's not why I bring this up. But there are a lot of very large fireworks that are going off randomly all the time for some reason. And that's concerning to me because I know the amount of work we put into preserving a mountain and making sure that that mountain doesn't catch on fire during our fireworks displays. So between fireworks and making sure that we're responding to those calls when people do call those in, I think is important. Also warming fires. I know that we talked a little bit about the risk of those, and I don't know if they confirmed some of the South Tucson fires being from warming fires. Can you talk about any tips that we have or things that we may be able to think about as homeowners and business owners?
Sure. With respect to the fireworks question first, there's state statute that controls the legal times of year that fireworks can be sold, and the types of fireworks that are legally available by retail. The number one tip is don't use illegal fireworks, right? That seems like a pretty straightforward thing. Anything that rises up into the air more than 3 or 4 feet is illegal in the city of Tucson, against the code, against the law here. And so folks go across state lines and make purchases and bring stuff back, and then skyrockets and all that, and that cascades. And as you know, even some of the larger mortars. I live on the west side, but even around my neighborhood, there's some pretty startling booms sometimes. So that always, they light off, they explode, and then they spread embers as far as the wind can carry them, right? So that creates a risk for not only wildfire, but a structural fire as well. And we have seen that over the past several 4th of July. Thankfully, not many, but it does happen. So there's that piece of it. The other piece with respect to things people can do, some real basic housekeeping around your property is super important, right? It's super easy. We call it defensible space, and creating a gap between your property and combustible vegetation. So if you have a mesquite tree the branches are on your house, cut them back so they're not touching your house. Basically try to put like a 5-foot barrier around your house, and that includes taking out weeds, moving and it's not just plants, it's combustible things as well, outside storage, things like that. And so just little tips like that can really help save some of the homes. Because one of the things I can tell you, I was able to get a tour of the Altadena area in California after the fires, and that's a very built environment. I mean, the homes are very closely spaced. They're 1- and 2-story clapboard post-World War II homes. And the fire started in the wildland, but burned into the built environment. And then the built environment became the fuel for the fire, right? So it stopped being a wildland problem when the first house caught fire and then swept through almost the entire small city of Altadena.
Yeah. No, thank you for touching on that. I guess for me, I have 4 kind of things, action items. I don't think we need to do this in the motion, but then I want to get these out and hear what the colleagues have to say. But I would definitely like to, understanding the staffing challenges with TPD, but make sure that when people are calling 911 for fireworks, that if we have the capacity to respond, that we do respond, because I think that's very important. I understand don't do illegal fireworks, but that hasn't been much of a deterrent so far. So I think enforcement on that is going to be really important, and I just want to put that out there that we need to be enforcing that. Warming fires, I know to the city attorney, you are working on a suite of things that we need to consider for the Arizona level Proposition 312 risk management around the city. So can you talk a little bit about when we can expect to see some stuff that might include warming fire risks?
Honorable Mayor, Councilwoman Lee, we're on course to bring that back to the first meeting in March, based on the prior direction of the mayor and council to clean up and tighten up some of our codes to put ourselves in a better position in light of the voter approval of Proposition 312. It will include activity within the washes, which would be defined to include warming fires or the setup or equipment for having fires.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. And then this is just another idea that I had around brush and bulky pickup. I know we have that going on throughout the city all the time, but if there's a way to help educate the public on just what you said, Chief, on how to trim back vegetation right before we come out and pick up their brush, I think would be a really good thing that maybe ES could help us communicate and educate the public on, since we're going to be around anyway. And then on the state level policy things that I think we need to see, during the wildfires in LA, insurance companies were dropping people's coverage while they were evacuating. And I don't know, I would love to see if Andres is aware of anything moving through the legislature around the consumer protection aspect of this right now, but people are paying their premiums every month and expecting to have that help when they need it. And it's astonishing to me that they're able to drop people's coverage whenever they feel like it. So I would really be interested to see if there's anything moving through the legislature now, and if not, make sure that we note that for next year's legislative agenda. Because again, we didn't move to a wildfire area. The wildfire area moved to us, and a lot of people across the state and this region are going to be dealing with the same thing. And then my neighborhood doesn't know this yet, but they will now. I am volunteering us to go through the FireWise USA certification program. It's just something that neighborhoods can do to educate themselves and work together as a micro community to reduce their risk of wildfires. So my neighborhood will be hearing a lot about that in the future. So that's something I'm taking on to experiment and learn what that process is to go through, so that I can share it with more Ward 4 neighborhoods and with everyone along the way. So those are all my comments, but I want to throw it back over to you, Mayor.
No, those are good action items to, just do. I don't think we need a motion. First, Chief Ryan, I really am incredibly thankful for our Tucson firefighters, Paul Maxwell, Justin Keith, Tom Roth, and Tyler Blankenship on Tucson Brush 22, who went to California last month to help the Los Angeles crisis. Incredibly proud of our team and happy that we were able as a city to participate in helping our neighbors in California. It was devastating, and for insurance companies to be dropping people when they were going through such horrible circumstances is reprehensible. So, last year, and this is an issue that is concerning climate change, right? And we are seeing much more droughts. We are seeing much more wildfires, and it's a cause of concern. This last year in 2024, I led the effort to recruit mayors across our country to sign on to a letter to FEMA to categorize wildfires and extreme heat as natural disasters. And the reasons we wanted and still want FEMA to recognize wildfires as natural disasters is because we can have the federal government help cities and counties that have to go through these wildfires. As you said, Chief, urban wildfires are a newer thing. And just as I am appreciative of Councilwoman Lee bringing this item to the table, I am appreciative of our fire department to be ready, at the ready. And hopefully we can continue the conversation with FEMA if it's not completely dismantled by this administration. So fire service investments are really, really important. And it is astounding, 85% of your calls are now medical calls. So you're the first responders, the first line of medical service in our community, which is important for people to understand that load that you're carrying. And the more medical service we provide, the more expensive it is because of the need in our community. So thank you, Councilman Lee. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentations, and thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this up. Fireworks drive me crazy. I have a dog, and so every 4th of July, New Year's Eve, I have to comfort my dog. Babies are woken up. People who have experienced trauma during warfare, our veterans, are disturbed by it, and most people are drunk when they're doing it in my neighborhood. We have to do something to stop fireworks, and I would like to see us no longer do fireworks as a city on a mountain. There are alternatives. There's beautiful laser displays timed with music. There are drones. So that's what I'm pushing. Let's get rid of fireworks, and let's get the state to let... They don't serve any purpose, except make noise and some pretty colors, and we can do pretty colors other ways. The City of Tucson is not only have a nexus to fires with the water department and the fire department, though you both do, and I should mention our land holdings in Avra Valley. We need to look at potential wildfires there. In the past, we've gotten buffalo grass, an invasive species that's highly flammable, under control, and I've heard reports that it comes and goes. We need to make sure that we're buffalo grass free on lands that we control. And I'm glad to see Director Sam Credio in the audience, because the other nexus of lands is that buffalo grass and other invasive and flammable grass, weeds like stinknet, isn't that a great name? Stinknet, is coming to Tucson. It's taken over parts of Maricopa County, and we need to get a handle on it. Our best information on this comes from Dr. Kim Franklin at the Arizona Sonoran Desert Museum, who's been at the focal point of buffalo grass eradication for years. And she's depressed. She is calling for a conference this year of invasive species and wildfire experts. I think it's going to be in Prescott, to talk about what is our strategy. We can't do it piecemeal. There are going to be sacrifice areas. Is it going to be the east part of Saguaro National Park? Can we save the west part? Are the foothills, where's our defensible space in the foothills? It's not our fire departments, but we can be helpful. We need to get a handle on invasive species. And so I'm looking to our staff for creative ways to help in partnership with the volunteers that are taking it on. By the way, someone from my Rotary Club did a Arizona Sonoran Desert buffalo grass pull over the weekend. And she came back complaining because it was darn hard work. Of course, she's an elderly woman. I think it would be excellent exercise for our valiant firefighters to spend some time pulling buffalo grass, which I'm sure is within a quarter mile of every fire station. Just a thought, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Ryan and Director, for your presentation. I recall the annual report from the fire department and immediately disseminating that to the community. It had so much really good information and data. And so as we move forward and try and prioritize resources and strategies, clearly we want to reduce the sparking events, right, through fireworks, warming fires, et cetera, and sources of fuel and risk associated. So any data points that you have historically on what are the main sources of the sparks, right? What's starting most of what you're seeing, and then what are the primary fuel sources, and are there hot spot areas that we ought to be zeroing in on? Do you have that data, or is that something as we move forward and again try and prioritize that would be available?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Ulick, I'm sure we can compile that. I don't have it readily handy, but we have a very lean but aggressive data team as well, and that's the kind of stuff we can pull from our reporting to get to you.
Great. I also wanted to just highlight and appreciate you and your team for your work in the 911 center in collaboration with TPD and all of our emergency responder departments. One thing that really impressed me was the ability of dispatchers, when it's appropriate, receiving medical calls, to link callers to telemed or other resources quickly so that people's needs are being met, and perhaps at sometimes reducing the load on your team to actually dispatch and respond. And so there's just so much incredible good work happening, and I think it's part of that coordination that the fire department, police department, and our community health and wellness and crisis partners are doing. And I just wanted to highlight that. It's so smart. And it's leveraging resources that are available that serve the community, and acknowledge the heavy call load you have for medical. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well. Thank you.
Any others? Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lee, for bringing this item to our attention. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, John, for your presentations. Really appreciate it. We're going to move back to item 5, which is item 5. Time has been set aside for Mayor and Council on continued discussion and direction on the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Approaching the table is our Director of Transportation and Mobility, Sam Credio. And just one thing on the last item, an update from Andres. Smokey the Bear took a federal buyout. So I'm not sure he's going to be there for us. But on that note, I'll hand it to you, Sam.
Round of applause for my opener. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Mr. Manager. That's right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's been a while since I've been at the table talking about RTA. And what I'd like to do today, first off, is let you all know that there is an RTA board meeting scheduled for March 3rd. That is upcoming. We currently don't have the material for that because it's typically publicized a week before. But what I'd like to do is provide you all with an update on the conversations that have occurred at the RTA board back on September 25th, 2024, when the board last met. Also want to provide a quick update on the ongoing outreach for RTA Next. And then obviously I'll be available to answer any questions. It's also an opportunity to share any of your concerns with the mayor as our representative on the RTA board. So back on September 25th, there was a lot that was on that agenda. I won't go over all of it. I think the most critical item that was discussed during that board meeting was the cost to complete exercise that was completed by RTA staff. That cost to complete exercise found that there is needed $880 million to complete the RTA plan that was approved in 2006. There's currently only programmed $695 million in the 5-year TIP, and so that leaves a shortfall of roughly $195 million. It's important to note that 2 key projects are not fully funded in that 5-year TIP. That is Grant Road 5 and 6 and First Avenue River to Grant. Both of those projects are City of Tucson projects. We are actively working on both of those projects. There are 21 remaining projects in the RTA plan. 4 of those have already been deferred to RTA Next. That leaves 17 remaining total projects for the region to complete, and 12 of those are City of Tucson projects. It is expected that the cost to complete conversation will continue at the next RTA board meeting. We do expect to see additional information from the RTA staff at that time. The other major item that was discussed during that board meeting was RTA Next, and that outreach has moved forward. In fact, at that board meeting, the RTA board did come to an agreement on what a draft plan could look like, and the next step was to take that plan out to the public. There were 14 in-person open houses held between November 6th, 2024 and January 7th, 2025. There was also one virtual event. Several of our staff attended those meetings. They were held all throughout the Pima County region. There was also an RTA Next draft plan public survey that was made available. That survey did close on January 31st, 2025. I don't have the final results of that survey. I do expect that will be another item that's discussed with the RTA board at that time. There is an RTA Next website that is available to the public that does show the draft plan and provides a little more context on how the RTA board did arrive at that draft plan. And with that, that concludes my update, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
As the mayor, I represent the city of Tucson on the both Pima Association of Governments Board as well as the Regional Transportation Authority Board. We are going to see quite a change on the board, both PAG and RTA. It's one board, it's two boards, but one board really, because it's the same representatives for all of the jurisdictions. So I want to personally welcome South Tucson Mayor Roxana Valenzuela, who's going to be joining the board, as well as Vice Chair Adelita Grijalva, who's going to be representing Pima County. On the Board of Supervisors, Marana Mayor John Post, and I believe Chairman Hernandez of the Pascua Yaqui tribe. Those are all new members that I think there's going to have to be some onboarding, both from PAG RTA staff, but as well as at the meetings themselves. And I'm going to request that happens, updates, not just picking off wherever we left off before, because it's really a new board entirely. So, Mr. Credio, I think it would be appropriate for us to request that of the PAG RTA staff to do some updates on especially the RTA 1 projects that have not been funded, and just a general description of all of the projects that are still left to build. And then I believe that there's going to be the possibility of new chair, vice chair, et cetera. Second vice chair, I believe, is the process for both the PAG and the RTA. And we need to find out what the process is for that. Does the board, both on the PAG and the RTA board, choose? I know that there's been a process before, but the process was determined by the executive director of the PAG RTA. I think that needs to change. Other than that, my curiosity is, how are we going to deliver the projects that we promised the voters in 2006? And that there seem to be no answers for before we move on to an RTA Next. First Avenue is of great concern to me. That was not included in the tip, and I have no idea exactly why it was not included in the tip. So I think that, the community deserves answers. Most of the projects that are not completed are inside the city of Tucson, and that's a huge problem. So open it up for questions or comments. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to a change. I've said all along that this process has been mismanaged. And I think we need to get a handle on, we're dropping projects here and there because there hasn't been good accounting, there hasn't been a lot of transparency. Neighbors along Grant Road have been asking us for months, what's the update? What's the update on these? And I live a block away from one of these segments. 40 years ago, they started talking to us about it's going to be expanded. And I remember a neighbor said, well, maybe when my son, who's 2 years old, is 30, we'll get it, and he's 30, and we don't have any action there at all. It's created an hourglass shape. It can't stay. So I appreciate your strong leadership. I appreciate that we're getting new leaders into the mix, and it doesn't bode well for us being able to say, hey, let's do it again, because it's so many mistakes have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulick.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilmember Dahl's comments, and actually noted in my newsletter this week that there's also confusion in the voter public in Tucson about Proposition 414 and the RTA next. And so what I try to do is just clarify through the facts that there are accountability issues with the RTA. It is governed by a regional board, and it is currently a tax that sunsets next year. And it sounds like there will be unfinished projects. And quite frankly, one of the biggest concerns is, for me, that voters recognize there's been issues with the RTA and are potentially might conflate that with the city's management of our own historic bonds and sales tax questions, including 414. And so I appreciate, Mr. Manager, that you laid out our accountability measures in 414, as well as our track record, the City of Tucson's track record in fulfilling promises that we put in front of the public. It's a very sound track record. So I just wanted to really highlight that so that voters understand the difference between delivery under RTA and our track record of delivery under city initiatives.
Councilmember Cunningham.
A couple things. For 407 and 101, I think we delivered every single project we've had. 411, we'll do the same thing, but we've got some time. We have till 2032. We may not, but I'm pretty confident we will. It's 100% batting average, if you will. From what I understand, it's 6 projects for sure are out, and it could be as many as 8. That means that they have 25% projects that they didn't deliver. And we want to talk about accountability. So I think we need to do that based on factual data. So one group is batting 100%, and one group is batting about 75%. So that discussion has to be had. And that's where it stands right now. Those are the differences. I think right now it's very, very, the word I think of is hypocritical to ask questions about one initiative and when we're not looking at the actual track records of past initiatives. So that's all. I mean, I'm not trying to pinpoint anything about what's on the ballot now. What I'm talking about is that the RTA is not going to deliver at least 17% of their projects and probably 25. And compared to other initiatives that we've run, we've delivered on all of our projects so far. That's how I understand it. Now, if I need to be fact-checked, I'm happy to. I want to make sure all the information I'm giving is accurate, but that's how I understand the information as I know it.
Alrighty, so I think that there's simple direction in terms of requesting project, not completed project updates at our next meeting, and then to have a discussion on the chairmanship of both PAG and RTA. Any additional comments or concerns that, Mr. Manager, you might have?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Just want to reiterate what your colleagues here at the table have pointed out as a track record of Tucson delivering. And what I want to point out is, since Mr. Credio is here at the table, the most recently passed Prop 411, which is the do everything, right? 100% of the neighborhood streets in a 10-year period, either complete or under construction right now is we're in the 25% in about 2.5 years. So we are moving at a pace that is on track, it is on budget, and we're delivering every promise we made under Prop 411, 407, 101, and we completed 409 a number of years ago. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break so that we can start on item 7, I believe. So let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes to start on the strategic initiatives related to homelessness, opioid public crisis, and gaps analysis. Thank you all so much for allowing us that 5-minute break. I think we needed it. We had been going on for some time. We are starting back up with item 7. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the strategic initiatives related to homelessness, opioid public health crisis, and gaps analysis of community resources and systems. I just wanted to start by saying that I wanted to thank Assistant City Manager Morales for bringing us this information today. We have been realizing as a community that fentanyl and opioid misuse continues to be significant issues, not just in Tucson, it is happening throughout our country. And we started taking action on unsheltered homeless issues since, what was it, 2022 is when I said I want monthly updates on this because of the issue it has become. And specifically on opioid and fentanyl use, this mayor and council declared fentanyl and opioid misuse a public health emergency in October of 2023. We also requested a gaps analysis to make sure our justice system is so big and complex, and our policies on unsheltered homelessness and what happens from when the city either arrests or we attack and the issue with attending to encampments and what happens from there. It is such a complex process, and I've been saying for years, unsheltered homelessness is not the sole responsibility of cities across America. We need every level of government to participate. And when an unsheltered resident is detained, the whole justice system gets involved. And so the past 2 years, I and the city manager have been meeting with the county administrator and at that time, Chair Grijalva. We would bring in to different meetings the county attorney, the city attorney. We would bring in our Chief Casmar, and others into the table to talk about how to resolve some of these issues together. And that's one of the reasons why we requested a gaps analysis to see what is broken and who else do we need to bring to the table. So with that, thank you, Liz and your team, and Brandy and your team, and all of the people that were consulted to put together this gaps analysis. I think it is the beginning of a strategic plan. I would still love to be able to see an action plan, like these, identify the gaps, and then this is an action plan to be able to tackle such complex issues. So with that, I'm just going to open it up to Mr. Manager or our Assistant City Manager, Liz Morales.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, and Manager Tamir, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And this, as you mentioned, this time is normally set aside to provide updates on our unsheltered efforts, on how we're working on the opioid public health crisis. But today, we're actually going to do an overview of the gaps analysis. You requested this September 25th, and direction was given to analyze the gaps in the systems and services and the barriers faced not just by the individuals and families experiencing homelessness, substance use issues, but really the staff and how they help the individuals through the system. Presenting with me, as you already know, Community Safety Program Director Brandy Champion and Tucson Police Chief Casmar. After the September 25th meeting, we convened, the city staff convened a large workshop with various staff from both the city departments, from the Pima County and the various staff that they have, and also various agencies that do a range of services, whether it be substance use treatment, behavioral health services, and agencies, and really our outreach teams, our navigators, our community safety coordinators. care coordinators. One of the things we did, Mayor, that you reminded me in your talk is that we literally said, here's a scenario. This individual is in an encampment and has these issues. Walk through the system. Here's an individual that was arrested and has these issues. Let's walk through that process. And so we literally had 4 groups walk through the different scenarios and identified some of the gaps and where the challenges were. In your materials, you have the gaps analysis report, a 17-page report, which captures the outcomes of this workshop and additional meetings. And this report is not meant to be all-inclusive of all the gaps and needs in our community. It does capture those issues that have the most impact on serving the community, the staff that are delivering the services, and it identifies the challenges we believe can really be addressed or resolved, whether it's through coordination or innovative approaches. The report identifies the issue, who we believe are the strategic partners, and potential recommendations. We do not want to limit ourselves to these recommendations, as there may be better options as we dig deeper. Just want to share some themes that came out of this, and also the 3 gap areas. We categorized them into 3 areas, which are the encampment, shelter, and services for unsheltered. Number 2 is the behavioral health and substance use treatment, and the 3rd is around safety and justice services and strategies. And so Chief Kazmar will talk about the 3rd, and Brandy will touch the first 2. The themes, I think, is important just to highlight that what we learned going through this is there's insufficient low-barrier shelter beds and long-term housing options when an individual or family indicate they want to get out of their state of homelessness. Second, stronger collaboration among the various partners, including community providers, our local and state government agencies, are needed to improve response efforts and to get people the help they need immediately. Third is access to treatment, whether it be for mental health, substance use. It's not well understood broadly. It's not easy to navigate, and it may not be available at the level of the individual need. And we know there are many opportunities to improve our relationships, policies, and strategies between our law enforcement and the city and county legal system to ensure we are addressing crime in the community. We can also better understand how to navigate the challenges that this brings when the offender is either unsheltered or has behavioral health or substance use disorders. As we discussed these themes, and in our workshop, there was thoughtful consideration on how these gaps also have an impact on the community. The rise in unsheltered and the substance misuse driven by the national fentanyl public health crisis has had significant impacts on both individuals experiencing these challenges and the broader Tucson community. Our first responders and outreach teams have heard the safety concerns faced by housed residents and businesses, and addressing these issues require a coordinated approach that balances enforcement, outreach, connection to shelter and supportive services to improve the conditions for both the unsheltered and the community at large. So I will now turn it over to Brandy to share those, what we found in the 3 gap areas.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for having me. As you know, the work of Housing First over the last 3 years has made substantial progress in bringing outreach and shelter to our unsheltered residents in the community. The effort to engage and offer services is ongoing, ensuring that we have available shelter and housing and services as we go out and talk to folks in the community that are unsheltered. The gaps that were identified are a result of doing this work with over 4,000 plus people since October of 21. So we have some really good information on what's missing. Personal property and storage or lack of designated storage options creates a barrier for individuals that are wanting to enter shelter. Their personal belongings sometimes are abandoned or lost, and this causes distrust and reluctance to accept shelter. We have a need for secure, accessible storage solutions to improve shelter participation from these people that we're trying to get off the streets. Emergency shelter congestion due to lack of affordable housing or housing availability prolongs shelter stays, and it reduces turnover, quite frankly. And high demand is leading to overcrowding, straining staff, and our resources. Increased need for case management and housing navigation to expedite exits is another a gap that we see quite often. But as directed by Mayor and Council to open low barrier shelter, I'm happy to report that Amphi Housing Resource Center will be opened March 1st. We'll serve 70 beds there in a congregate shelter setting operated by Old Pueblo Community Services. This will help bed availability, it'll add beds, and it'll be a good option for those that are seeking low barrier shelter as well. Some more things that we noticed in this gaps analysis is data inaccuracies that create challenges in real-time bed availability tracking, right? So we don't always know what people have, other shelter providers have in the community just because of data inaccuracies, right? Limited options for night, weekend, and holiday drop-offs leave people unsheltered. Sometimes we have maybe 5 beds here, 2 beds there for law enforcement. We really need more to get people off the streets. Need for improved coordination and real-time data sharing among shelter providers is really critical. That's a really big gap that we face. Coordinated outreach, that is a multi-agency approach. We need to have everybody working with us. One example of this is 100 Acre Initiative that we're doing. That demonstrates the impact of multi-agency approaches, weekly coordination efforts with partners like Primavera, OPCS, CBI, Pima County Health Department, and others, improve engagement and resource delivery to people that are experiencing. Multiple trash pickups by our Environmental Services Department help keep the area clean, and it helps the encampment, the people that are in an encampment have some buy-in on their own area, right? Expanding this model citywide can enhance outreach effectiveness and shelter placements, right? Shelter provider leadership, inclusion, we really need that, right? We have to have leadership at the table that have these shelter operations. Direct input from those providers can improve communication and operational alignment. Regular meetings with shelter leaders can enhance efficiency in bed utilization and crisis response. On to our next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about behavioral health. Our gaps analysis highlighted that main gaps in behavioral health care and substance use treatment are related to multi-sector coordination, again, right? Having everybody at the table, right? The availability of timely services, the 6 main gaps that are listed on the slide for you to see, they're all important, and they impact one another as an individual goes through this flow of services, right? We'll continue to work with our public and private sector strategic partners with specific focus on behavioral health providers and regional behavioral health authority to better integrate service delivery and decrease wait times for people to get connected to care. We have already begun some of these quick response coordination efforts, and I look forward to providing you more information during our 90-day follow-up with all of you. As we work towards recommendations for solutions, we are considering the best role for the opioid settlement funds to cover one-time investments and other gaps that can't be billed by insurance or other grant resources. For example, this week, the committee heard about the model of sobering alternative facility recovery, or SAFER centers, right? Which this funding is also included in our Prop 414 Safe and Vibrant City. Bringing the opioid settlement and Prop 414 funding together could result in addressing a needed service that's not currently provided in our community. The committee is currently meeting every 2 weeks. The Opioid Settlement Committee is currently meeting every 2 weeks and finalizing the areas of investment that will be contracted to service providers with request for proposal aimed to be published by April. And that concludes my update, and I will pass it to Chief Kazmar.
Thank you, Brandy. You're doing so good if you want to just knock mine out too. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present again on some of the complexities. Mayor, I want to thank you for using the word broken, because I know you and I have had a lot of conversations, and you get that feedback when you're out in the community of, is this perception that a system is broken. And what I think we all know at the table who have been having this conversation and your conversations with our constituents is that the real issue is that our systems have never faced a public health crisis like fentanyl. And I've certainly not seen that in my 25 years of public safety service. So as we figure out how to enhance agency coordination, and I'll build upon the comments from Assistant City Manager Morales and my colleague Brandy, and that when we start looking at a narcotics arrest, you've heard me speaking for almost 2 years now on what does the data tell us. And what it tells us on top of last year of, again, record numbers of arrests and contacts of your police officers trying to be responsive to constituent complaints about trespassing, aggressive panhandling, criminal damage, shoplifting, those types of crimes, that those contacts continue to rise in 2025. We're at 473 narcotics-related arrests year to date. That's up 12%, and that's up a staggering 35% over a 5-year average. So what that reflects is with frankly, less deployable police officers over a 5-year period. They're doing a tremendous amount of work, and that reflects the complexities of the hold that this drug puts on folks that are living within crisis in our community. The other number I want to talk about is deflections. That number is down, and it's at 66 deflections. Just this morning, I was having a conversation with one of our senior patrol officers who's out there trying to be responsive to calls for service, received a 911 call for a convenience store today of 2 known trespassers, some folks that were living in an unsheltered status who were known folks struggling with substance misuse disorders. And the one individual that the officer I spoke with declined services, even after multiple minutes of investment of the officer saying, hey, there's services available. Where does this end? I have numerous contacts that are recorded on body-worn camera footage where we can show the grip that fentanyl and poly drug use with fentanyl and methamphetamine create on folks is it makes it really difficult to get them into treatment. So just like Brandy stated, some of the systems improvements that we've asked for in Prop 414, Safe and Vibrant Cities, are extended MAT treatment. So again, that's folks that can go out, start to receive some of those services, meet people where they're at, put the right work in the right hands, and maybe get them transitioned over to one of our Housing First initiatives. Staffing levels in both, we have to be aware of when we're evaluating systems, investments, and potential for improvement. Again, not necessarily finger pointing or saying that systems are broken, but enhancing systems through investment, both through Pima County leadership and City of Tucson leadership, as well as our nonprofits, that result in an appropriate staff levels that can handle the amount of work that we're putting forward. Just year to date, we have 620 cases that we've put forward of arrest cases to our city prosecutors and public defender's office, and an additional over 1,600 felony cases to the Pima County attorney. Now, and just understanding that we are just one client. Now, while we're the largest client of probably both jail and Pima County attorney services, that's a tremendous amount of work, totaling over 2,400 arrests just through February 10th. And where did that work come from? That was generated from 15,000 calls for service from our 911 system, but also an additional 13,000 on-site activities that the officers are generating. Again, trying to be responsive to some of the concerns and the challenges that folks living in our community are facing. I want to touch on pre-indictment narcotics arrests. We've talked and discussed, and we should continue to discuss pre-diversion arrest programs, conviction programs like STEPS, Supportive Treatment and Engagement Program. I think there's a ton of value in this program, but I think we also have to recognize any program that was built and structured and funded before fentanyl started to impact this community is absolutely, the data will show that it's underserved. It's underserving. And it's not because we don't have dedicated individuals at both again, at the City of Tucson, Pima County, and nonprofits that are trying to do the work. They're just overwhelmed with the amount of work. And so, again, a believer in the program. It's intended to divert nonviolent individuals who are struggling with substance misuse and mental health disorders away from criminal justice system by promptly supplying targeted resource and treatment, which is a common theme that you've been hearing from your city directors, from city leadership, just like investments in the transition center that are yielding really good results. I want to give the county some credit. You've heard me talk about some of the challenges when we do have folks that the right work in the right hands is actually taking somebody to jail and making that arrest and a full custodial booking. Is we've had some historical challenges with the booking process through NAVCare resources. The county responded to not only our own feedback as the largest, again, consumer of their services, but they've made they're in the process of making over a $5 million investment to enhance the experience in that handoff and making sure that we have the appropriate medical, mental health, and MAT-related treatment services within the jail. The solution is not rejecting somebody back to a 22-something-year-old officer who's got 9 months of training and is certainly not a mental health or medical professional, and that creates a lot of high risk for the city, and the county is certainly understanding that. Again, I would just like to frame that the number one rejection is actually for blood pressure, followed by open wounds and infections, and trailing, and third in the historical average rejections is fentanyl or other narcotics. So kudos to the county for working with us and being responsive. Most of the systems that we're talking about today have opportunity for improvement, including our own. And so again, it's the analysis that your team of directors are doing to say, how did these systems work last year and what changes are we going to make? As Brandy covered with personal storage, that can be a real inhibitor and a challenge for an officer or squad who's only deployed 4 or 5 officers for the entire city in a division from, let's say, from about 2 in the morning till about 6 in the morning. And so we were giving a firm March 1st goal from our boss, Ms. Morales, which we are not going to make, but we're going to be close. Again, this is a metropolitan, and when I use that word, I mean Pima County and City of Tucson leadership opportunity to make systems investments that give all of our field resources, all of our departments, the resources that they need so they have simple solutions when they're trying to be responsive to some of the direction that we're all giving them. And so I think we're close, and I'm confident in the next, let's say, 60 days that we're going to come back and tell you that we have an actionable plan that's been put in place. Data sharing. Can't say enough about if we're going to evaluate systems, and we're all doing that on a regular basis, that we've got to have access to data, and I'll continue to normalize the term data lake. The county's being a great partner in that. I'll give kudos to one of our first partners was Laura Conover at the Pima County Attorney's Office, jumping in so we could share data and better understand how many cases are being issued, what does that process look like between our two organizations. That has scaled. City Court is trailing behind, and once they get in tandem their Justice Nexus system upgrade, which is an infrastructure for the report writing, they'll be sharing data as well. And just last week, we met with presiding Pima County Superior Court Judge Liskey for her to learn more so she can go back to her constituents, her peer group of judges, because it's going to take all of these systems being interconnected. So from the time that we get a complaint to we respond with an arrest, or a referral, or a deflection, or if it goes into the justice system, then what's the course of action through adjudication so we better understand? And has somebody been through the program once, twice, 10 times? And so that there can be a continuum of accountability that matches our continuum of care. TFD is also participating. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is in conversations with us, and we're working through the logistics between some of our technical systems that we have, and of course our Public Safety Communications Department is in the works as well. High rates of failure to appear. Again, as we dissect the data, what we already know is that we have about a 50% failure rate. This again, this is being responsive into some of the information in the ask within Safe and Vibrant City, and I'll just remind our community that part of that is as design of a mobile court functionality and expansions of alternative to jail so that we can use technology where we don't have to do a full custodial arrest to enhance systems and do area restrictions, again, being responsive to the constituents that we're serving. So, slide 7, improving coordination among agencies and available resources. We've covered most of the points in the previous slide, but what I want to really say here is we talk a lot about data, and there's some professional staff, team members that we have to really talk about. It's one thing to have data to dissect, but then you have to have a competent team of analysts to actually do the work and digest that, and then produce that for city leadership and county leadership, and frankly the region to better understand how to use it. And so we certainly have been working hard with our human resources team through a variety of different city departments to make sure that we have the trained and skilled team members who can digest significant amounts of information information and then guide us. One of those systems in action is through our analysis team members that actually, while we're sitting here, we are having a crime reduction meeting, which is a data-driven meeting at the Tucson Police Department, which we compare 28-day snapshots and a 3- and 5-year average to better understand what crime trends look like and make sure that your division captains and resources can be responsive to the crime trends that we're seeing. Expanding connection to available services related to transportation, behavioral health, and substance use treatment. What I'll say is I'll kind of connect this bullet into property. Again, we can negatively impact the trust of folks who are living in a compromised state, both in mental health and physical health. And so it's important that while we may just drive by somebody and just see belongings in a shopping cart, that might be everything that they own. There could be certain documents in there, and it's important. And the community service officers will absolutely play a role for us in that they'll be able to help their commission partners out in the field with the Ford Mavericks that you helped us acquire. So all of these systems are starting to come together, so we'll have a more meaningful operations out in the field. I will just touch that TFD leadership and CASHU with Lee Hopkins, who's also available here for questions as well. Hopefully we're covering all the material, but that your team are working to really enhance non-fatal overdoses to where, how do we immediately get, we've had that model within CORE. We certainly recognize that shouldn't be our primary responsibility, so shifting some of that work, but through a collaborative effort of saying, how do, when somebody does have an overdose, and I think we had over 160 Narcan deployments last year and saved lives, and that's just one department, and I'm sure fire had far more than that. And I know we provided Narcan and other resources out from a variety of city departments, but how do we have that touch point in that context so we make sure at that moment where somebody may be at rock bottom, how do we enhance and invest resources that get them to a different place in their life? Finally, I'll close with investing and collecting data sharing on deflection and diversion, and with the lens of really how do we continue to improve safety and justice in our area. That's going to absolutely require court data sharing. We can't get there if we don't. I don't sit here today and I can't tell you with confidence on the majority of the cases that we had last year what happened to those cases, and I really need to be able to do that. So I'm confident that this year we're going to make big strides in that. I want to also talk about the transition center data. That's super meaningful. When we can reduce recidivism, it certainly impacts the amount of resources in all of our departments that we need to be responsive to community concerns. And last but not least, I think it's at March 4th, we'll be back in front of Mayor and Council, and I believe Mr. Rankin will be leading a conversation about ordinances that we need to enhance or remove. And certainly things like the median ordinance become a potentially legal and lawful, viable tool with changed language that will allow your officers to be more responsive to some of the challenges that we're facing. So thank you all for opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Assistant City Manager Morales, Brandy, and Chief. I just want to reiterate how much we have been doing, because we always think, oh my God, we have so many gaps and we've got to do more. I want to acknowledge the work that this mayor and council have been doing, and our team, which includes TPD, what we have been doing to take a hold of and be able to make a more safe community for both our unsheltered residents as well as our sheltered residents. And so, the encampment protocol on the side of the city, the creation of our Housing First program, the creation of our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, the low barrier shelter locations that we have been working on fast and furiously to be able to provide more locations for low barrier shelter. It has been, the collaboration between Tucson Police and those programs to put the right work in the right hands is incredible. Pima County traditionally have programs that also direct investment in, for example, the Sullivan Jackson Employment Center. That has been happening since 1989. As a matter of fact, my husband's, when he graduated from the University of Arizona, that was his first professional job in working at that time, Jackson Employment Center. And he worked under Paul Sullivan. And so our family has a long history of public service, but Pima County recently created the Emergency Eviction Legal Services to help prevent eviction and unintended homelessness. There's so much that we have been doing, and I think we're at the cusp of really aligning ourselves, both Pima County, the city of Tucson, and other nonprofit partners, to be able to create a system that works together and works for the community. And so that's what I meant by there's still gaps, there's still broken systems out there, but we have been doing incredible work together. And that's exactly what we need to do to make sure that we accomplish those next steps. At the beginning of the conversation, I talked about an action plan. I usually like to have written action plans, even though I feel that action plans are flexible, that we need to adjust our systems as we go and as we learn. I believe that we should take action now to make sure that those next steps stay on track. And so just as we've been doing with our city manager and your mayor and the county administrator and the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and then we've brought in different agencies to the table, I really believe that we need to put together a task force that, the mayor, the chair of the Board of Supervisors, the city manager, the county administrator, county attorney, chief of police, Sheriff Nanos, all of us come together to initially kick off this task force, but then just as we did with the Prosperity Initiative, that we kind of said, here we are, this is an important issue. The task force should be made up of people that actually are on the ground doing the work, but that have a decision-making ability for the departments that they're representing. So I would love to be able to do that, maybe bring the vice mayor with us, any other people that we can bring in to create a task force that will just move on building bridges to cover those gaps, to make a system that works for all of us. So I don't know if we need a motion, but I would like to consider that we have a motion to create a task force to be able to include the mayor and possibly vice mayor, city manager, county administrator, chair of the Board of Supervisors, sheriff, chief of police, county attorney, city attorney, and then those Morales. So I'd like a motion to proceed with that action and then bring back an action plan defining the steps of what we need to do next.
I'm happy to offer that as in the form of a motion, and would like to integrate the involvement of the vice mayor to assist in just recognizing the complexity, and also I know we all have just a really deep stake in trying to assist and support this effort. So I'm glad that you included the vice mayor's involvement and working with you, Mayor, and I appreciate your leadership on this. So in offering that as a motion, a couple of quick things I just wanted to offer. The vice mayor and I met.
I'm sorry, council member, did I hear a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Oh,
I second
there's
it,
a
Madam
motion,
Mayor.
there's a motion, a second. I believe council member Fimbres was also jumping in, so great.
Sorry.
Now we can go into discussion to make sure that there's some comments, questions, whatever we'd like to add. Go ahead, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. So the vice mayor and I met last week with County Attorney Laura Conover. I want to thank her for her time and her team's efforts. And it really is clear that, as the gaps analysis highlights, at each level and each lever within law enforcement and the judicial system, there are elements that we might be able to move the needle on together. And I just want to call out that, with opioid settlement funds, it's going to be really critical to strategically target those where this group believes, this task force could recommend those would be most impactful in addressing these particular gaps. I did also want to call out Arizona Complete Health and our nonprofit partners in the treatment and recovery and housing community. I couldn't agree with you more. Brandy, that we really need them to help us shape approaches and coordinate approaches to expand resources. To have a public health emergency so integrally intertwined with law enforcement is really challenging, because to effectively address it, you can't arrest it away, nor should our officers be expected to address what is really a crisis. It's a massive number of concerns and incidents. So I just want to acknowledge the great efforts of TPD and your teams, and I want them to hear that we're with you. We're ready to look at this and strategically invest. And at the same time, because it is a public health emergency, actually, I think that having Arizona Complete Health, the Regional Behavioral Health Authority, in this working group is going to be critical, this task force. And Liz shared with me before the meeting that Arizona Complete Health likely will offer the involvement of Dr. Mayday Levine Mata. She is incredible, and she's exactly the right person because of the people she works with on substance use, crisis services, et cetera. So I have enormous respect for her. I'm really, there are 4 bullets, right? And a key one is we got to coordinate on line action. This is how we do it, and I appreciate the motion and look forward to really taking steps forward so we can invest and support our teams more effectively.
Any other Vice Mayor? Oh, Councilmember Fimbres?
How are unsheltered people who are seeking assistance tracked when no funding is available at the time of the request for help? What are we doing for that, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, that's the absolute whole question that we're trying to tackle, Councilmember Fimbres. And I believe that we have created systems that are working, but there's still coordination. And I think that the motion is very specific to coordination. And Mr. Manager and Ms. Assistant City Manager, I think that I didn't define the task force more because I know that there, for example, there's already a task force that the city manager and the county administrator have put together for the opioid settlement funds. And I absolutely agree that within Proposition 414, we have $5 million available for the construction of a sobering alternative for recovery center. And that's something that Dr. Cullen has made abundantly clear that we need. How do we put it to work, right? How do we start the process of creating that, and who will manage and operate it? The city, through Prop 414, would have capital investment in that facility, but we do not have either by charter or the knowledge to be able to manage and operate something like this. It would be then Arizona Complete Health or others that have very specific experience with offering those services. So those are the things that we have to kick the ball forward to make sure that they are happening. Because we're having good conversations, we're doing good work, but we need to create the systems that will help us with those huge gaps that we have. So I hope I answered your question, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to jump in and thank you for your remarks and the work that you've been doing. And I think we've been like at an impasse of like who's responsible for which part, and just seeing this as an opportunity to have better coordination. This was one of the items that I had brought up in my letter of interest for Vice Mayor, is to accelerate the work around interrupting the root causes of substance misuse, specifically around fentanyl, that we need to combine prevention, intervention, and harm reduction efforts, and that we need to strengthen our collaboration with our law enforcement, our court system, our county agencies, our state legislators, so that we're all aligning in an effective response to the public health crisis that we're confronting. I, again, just want to bring to the forefront that fentanyl use isn't just something happening with our unsheltered population, that the majority of our people who are actively in addiction have housing, have homes, they're our relatives, so that as we continue to have this conversation, that we can kind of step back and not just think of it as like the parts that we get to see on the streets. It's a lot. There's an entire iceberg underneath, that we're not seeing. So I look forward to continuing to support the mayor and this council in coordinating with all of these partners.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have to remember that this is like a three-legged stool, right? I mean, it is it's a public health crisis, and the three-legged stool is the public health, because it's a crisis, public health crisis, public safety and the courts, and then, of course, the housing options. And one of the next steps that you indicated in the gaps analysis is the agency coordination. That's exactly what we want to do now. We don't have to wait. We can put it together now and start thinking together, Mr. Manager, Ms. Assistant City Manager, and Chief Brandy. Who do we need at the table to get to action? And so I appreciate the report. I am missing our Mark position, that Mari Vasquez was doing. I think that it is important that we have a multi-agency resource coordinator that the county and the city are both investing in, because this information needs to get to Pima County and the Board of Supervisors. There's recently a change in the chair of the Board of Supervisors. I don't want us to lose the momentum and the actions that we have been taken, because there's a lack of information shared with our new chair at the Board of Supervisors. I want to make sure that our new Chair Scott, receives this information, gets an update as to what we have been working on. And if there is a possible way, Mr. Manager, that you can help arrange that with the county administrator to make sure that all of this information and all of the work that we have been doing with the previous chair of the Board of Supervisors gets to the chair and the rest of the board. That would be incredible, because we can't miss a beat. We have to make sure that we're all operating with the same information.
Honorable Mayor, if I may, assuming that we would be receiving a positive vote on this motion, we would take that as direction to convene the task force as you've outlined and create the action plan as you've outlined. And we would also take it as direction to not stop all the other things that we're doing that are in this space. And I just want to highlight a couple things for you. In today's presentation, you heard a few things that are coming to fruition with March 1st deadlines. Liz and I both like March 1st deadlines. We give them often. But those are only possible because in September, you reallocated some ARPA dollars that became available to these very initiatives. You didn't wait for an action plan. You didn't wait for this gaps analysis. You said, go get Amphi housing up and running, do the data lake and get data sharing going, and some investments in TPD's fleet needs, among many other things that you funded in that day. But that's an example of how this mayor and council allocates available resources to the highest priorities of the community, as reflected in today's item, and we're delivering on all those promises. So we look forward to your direction on this item.
Thank you so much. So with that, are there any other comments or questions? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, team. Really appreciate you. All righty, so we are moving on to item 8. Let me, hold on a moment. All righty. Alrighty, so let me read it out. Item 8, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. I just wanted to start the item, and then we'll make sure that we kick it off to the city manager and to Mr. Cano. I sent a letter on behalf of the city of Tucson to members of our congressional delegation recently, expressing serious concerns about the Trump administration and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency's plan to cut nearly half of the federal workforce in the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. For our city, the Housing and Community Development Department relies on HUD for 95% of its budget. These proposed cuts would severely impact our ability to provide critical services such as rental assistance programs that help households with low incomes to afford their homes, the construction and preservation of affordable rental housing for those in need, efforts to address and prevent homelessness, which is at a record high nationally, the operation and maintenance of public housing and affordable housing for seniors, people with disabilities, and families with young children. It would affect neighborhood revitalization, economic development, and improvements to community facilities, infrastructure, and services in areas with persistent poverty. It would affect reforming zoning and land use regulations that drive up housing costs, such as those that we have recently announced through the Pro Housing Grant, and the investigation and enforcement of fair housing and civil rights laws. These cuts to HUD's workforce could slow down the progress we've made and exacerbate the housing and unsheltered homelessness crisis in Tucson and across the country. In fact, the agreement that housing and affordability is a crisis is one of the few areas of bipartisan agreement. Now more than ever, we must strengthen the federal investments and solutions for housing and homelessness, not undermine them. A particular request was made to Senator Gallego because of his role on the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee. So this leads nicely into another issue I want to highlight at our state legislature. My colleagues on the council and I have made housing affordability a top priority for Tucson. That's why I work with the city manager and housing community development staff to craft a comprehensive approach that increases housing supply while maintaining quality and affordability. And that's our HAS plan, our housing affordability strategy for Tucson. Right now, the legislature is considering bills like HB 2371 that would strip cities of the ability to manage growth responsibly. While we all recognize the need for more housing, preempting local zoning is not the answer. Individual cities must retain the ability to ensure quality development, protect infrastructure capacity, and promote affordability in a way that meets local needs. we have been doing a lot. This mayor and council have been doing a lot. As a matter of fact, we led in the creation of ADUs and ADU policies. We were the first in the state to do that. Zoning reforms to encourage responsible density and mixed-use development are important, and the city of Tucson is taking those steps. Most recently, the Community Corridors tool, which allows for greater flexibility in housing design while protecting neighborhood character and building density, allowing affordable housing incentives and streamlined permitting, is something that I believe we should pass in the city of Tucson. This work didn't happen overnight. It was the result of careful planning and collaboration with city staff, housing experts, community stakeholders, and we continue to advocate and push for additional policies to create affordable housing. But every city and every town has to do it in its own way. And instead of overriding local authority, I urge the state legislature to expand the Arizona Housing Trust Fund to support new affordable housing projects. I urge the legislature to invest in infrastructure and water resources to ensure sustainable housing growth and enhance tax credit programs to make workforce housing more sustainable. Tucson has proven that we know how to do this. We've done it with our community, we've done it with each other, we've done it with developers, and all of the necessary stakeholders at the table. Preempting local decision-making is not the answer for building affordable housing in our state. So with that, I just wanted to make sure that I put that into the record, that I informed you what I have been working on with our congressional delegation. And there are bills in the state legislature that are moving quickly that could preempt local control further on how to build housing affordability. And I just wanted to make sure that you all know where I stand in that position. With that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Joining us online is our Director of State and Federal Affairs, Andres Cano, and I'll just turn it over to Andres to lead you through the next part of this item.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager and Honorable Mayor and members of the council. It's an honor to join you virtually to give you a brief update on our state and federal updates. Want to first start off in Washington. Last 2 weeks, the House Budget Committee held a markup to consider the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. In short, this is the framework that is going to guide congressional appropriators, specifically the majority party, for the budget season ahead. This legislation is expected to focus on increasing defense spending, bolstering border and energy security, cutting domestic spending, and extending provisions from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. We are expected, based on this framework, which passed on a party line vote, to see at least $2 trillion in spending cuts. This includes cuts to the House Education and Workforce Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the Natural Resources Committee. Senate appropriators are not in complete alignment with the House budget framework, but rest assured that your federal team and I are paying close attention to monitoring all of the congressional activity. As mentioned in the meeting earlier today, we are also paying close attention to the executive orders and figuring out which court is filing which amicus brief or what kind of motions, to be able to keep track of all of this activity that is changing by the day, by the hour, certainly, and we will keep you abreast of those issues. There has been a summary of the federal activity sent to your inboxes as well. That's the update from Washington. I want to briefly update you on what is happening at our state legislature. To the mayor's point, there is an abundance of activity happening at the state legislature right now. 1,600 bills were introduced over the last 38 days of the legislative session, and we are now approaching crossover week at the state legislature. That means that House bills that are actively being considered, and it is the final week for House bills to be decided, and vice versa. It's also the last week for Senate bills to be heard in their respective chambers. After the next 2 weeks, we expect there to be the official crossover week, which means all of the legislation that is being proposed that is moving or not in the legislature will be advancing. Republican leadership has signaled that major policy issues, including election laws and perhaps some of those decisions impacting municipalities, may be referred directly to the 2026 ballot if they do not reach consensus with the governor. One of those first vetoes of the governor's this week was a veto to an election bill that has now been vetoed and is now back into negotiations moving forward. We expect there to be about $200 million in discretionary spending for the legislature to appropriate in the coming weeks. We are still yet to receive direction on Prop 123, which, as you know, is an extension of the state land appropriation to be able to support funding of our K-12 schools. And to the mayor's point, I want to expand upon very briefly some of the housing and zoning bills that are moving before the legislature at this current time. Several bills have been introduced that would override local zoning authority, reducing Tucson's ability to regulate lot sizes, home designs, and density requirements. We are working closely with our Southern Arizona delegation to advocate for a compromise approach that promotes housing development while maintaining local control. In Tucson, as the mayor mentioned, we do have a stellar track record of advancing locally driven responses that will promote the development of our housing supply. So as crossover week approaches, we will keep you posted on bills that are moving throughout the legislative session. We'll continue engaging with our legislative leaders to advocate for Tucson's priorities on housing, on water, and on local control. And most importantly, in your inboxes as well, you do have a set of bills that have been recommended by the city manager for key support, House Bill 2209 and 1357, extending the Arizona Department of Housing and extending its ability to operate as a state agency. House Bill 2660 extends the affordable housing, low-income housing tax credit. In addition to Senate Bill 1308, strengthening regulations on sober living homes, improving oversight and ensuring compliance with local regulations, and House Bill 2106, which establishes an advanced water purification permit program supporting Tucson Water's water reuse and conservation efforts. Those are the bills we're asking for you to consider supporting, in addition to a neutral position on HB 2191, which advances zoning rules for religious institutions property development. We're recommending a neutral position. And last but not least, Honorable Mayor and members of the council and Mr. City Manager recommending opposing three particular bills: Senate Bill 1523, limiting Tucson's ability to implement water-efficient urban planning; Senate Bill 1288, adding restrictions on police vehicle inspections, imposing unnecessary costs and operational challenges; and last but not least, opposing Senate Bill 1313, which would, as proposed, limit municipal recycling programs that would hinder Tucson's sustainability efforts. These updates reflect what is happening at the state and federal level, and with that, I'm available for any questions, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Thank you.
Andres, do you need a motion to approve those recommendations? Okay. We need a motion to approve
Madam
them.
Mayor.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second, and I know my colleagues have some questions. Councilman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. There was two that I was trying to get added to the list here. There's two bills that are related to veterans that were introduced by Democratic Whip Stacey Travers that I would like to, if possible, amend and add into the motion. That's House Bill 2842. This helps veterans when they're working with organizations to be advised on veterans' benefits to protect them from excessive fees or misleading direction as they're trying to navigate the complexities of veterans' benefits. This bill is supported by the Arizona Department of Veterans Services, the City of Chandler, City of Phoenix, and more. And House Bill 2843, also for veterans, establishes the Veterans Specialty Court Program to support municipalities and counties in creating veteran court programs focused on rehabilitation and integration. So if I could add those two bills in the motion to support.
Add them in the motion to support.
Yes.
Okay. And the motion maker accepts the changes?
I do
as well
too.
as the seconder. Okay. So we're adding those two bills. Councilmember Cunningham.
What's the status on 2599?
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We, as part of your legislative agenda, have approved Tucson support for construction condo defect reform, which would essentially allow the business community and developers particularly to be able to boost their development of condos. This is a key part of the housing affordability strategy for Tucson, guided by Tucson's mayor and council. Unfortunately, this bill, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the middle of crossover week, and this bill did not get heard in the respective committee for this bill to advance. That means that for the time being, the legislation is on hold. We have engaged on stakeholder participation over the last several weeks to figure out how to put our fingerprint on this particular issue, but as it appears at this moment, construction defect reform will not be advancing in this current legislative session. Councilmember Cunningham and Honorable Mayor, members of the council.
Just wanted to say, first of all, in this day and age, it's rare, but I want to thank Republican Walt Blackman for sponsoring the bill. It's disappointing, but not surprising that special interests drive certain decisions at the legislature. We have this kind of culture that's built that puts people over profits, and that shouldn't be the case when it comes to housing. It's kind of a little bit of both. I mean, yeah, you can make your money, but when you're doing housing, you're more in the people business than in the profit business. This is what's fueling some of the things with unattainable homeownership for people. It's fueling rental rates that skyrocket above the rate of inflation, and we'll continue to try to find solutions. The one thing I'll say about this this lack of action for 2599 is a memo will come from my office eventually, sometime later, but I'd like to talk about it right before the fiscal year, where we talk about possibly the city providing that gap insurance through our self-insurance program for middle housing projects. I think it would be in our interest to look at that to see if it's legal, because I think we can help solve this problem ourselves and promote some of that gap housing, promote some of that middle housing builds, especially in areas where we want some infill. So I think there's opportunity there, and I just want to put that idea in everybody's mind, and we'll talk about it later, but there it is.
Thank you. I wanted to also ask if it was possible to keep track of the bills in the state legislature that that could become initiatives and put to the voters. So you mentioned, Mr. Canoa, one that would limit the ability for people to vote. If there are any others that are being heard in committee, can we be informed as quickly as possible so that Tucson can take a position, whether in support or opposition?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, of course, we will provide a list of the House or Senate concurrent resolutions that are essentially ballot referrals that bypass the governor.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item?
Call the question.
All righty. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Cano, for your presentation. Really appreciate you. All righty, so we move on to item 9. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? And we have several. Yeah. Mr. Don.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to remove item I, renaming Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park.
And I'd like to request that we consider separately items G and H, both to build the Cushing Street Skate Park. And then I'd like to consider separately item L, renaming Cesar Chavez Holiday to the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday. To consider separately.
Yeah, but I didn't want to remove it. I wanted to consider it separately.
Consider separately. Mhm. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. Study session, oh no. Does anyone have any, item 10, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, hearing none. Study session is adjourned, and we will return to the regular session at 5:30 p.m. We'll see you in a bit. For the record, council members Fimbres and Councilwoman Lee will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Thank you all for being here with us today, and we have a lot of wonderful activities. But first, council will stand in session, and let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Present.
Mr. Cunningham. Mrs. Lee.
Here.
McSulick. Mayor Romero.
Here. Alrighty, we will, before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance at the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupt persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupt the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of the meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting from being carried out not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointment to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation today will be given by Rabbi Yehuda Caitlin of Shabbat Lubavitch of Tucson. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Avinu Shebashamayim, Father in heaven, we call out to you today from the Tucson and City Council meeting. We do so on the week when we read Parashat Mishpatim, the week that we read following the receiving of the Torah on Mount Sinai. This week's Torah reading describes how people should be careful in how they treat each other. It goes into the nitty-gritty of theft, civil laws, etc. And the placement of it teaches that how amazing it was to stand at Mount Sinai and experience divine revelation, and how awesome the spiritual experience is. And at the end of the day, it's not just about the faith we have in our heart and the words that we say, but it's about our actions and how we treat each other. And so the Torah immediately goes to describe how we should be treating each other. And it teaches us that even when we loan someone money and the person can't pay and we take their garment, the Torah says, with what should that person lay at night with? As they're sleeping in the cold, they cry out to God and God listens to them. And so the Torah tells us that we should be enacting laws, we should be making sure there's order in the world, but we should do it with a measure of compassion. And so we call out to you, God, to bless our mayor, our city council members, our chief of police, the police officers, firefighters, all those who work, who volunteer their time to make our city safe, make our city livable, and they should do so with a measure of compassion, love, and care, and keep our wonderful city wonderful. Thank you.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Rabbi, for gracing us with your presence. Item 2C.
Presentations.
I have a few presentations to do today. All happy. Our first presentation will be celebrating, what is it, National Engineers Week in Tucson. And we do have some engineers that are going to join us up front. Jackie Barron, and if you'd like, Christina, our Assistant City Manager, Christina Swallow, and our City Manager, Tim Tamir. And then I'll announce the other presentations over there. And if any of my colleagues at any time want to join me, please feel free to join me. Sam, if you'd like to join us over here at the front, don't be shy. Come on over. Join us over here. If we have any other engineers that would like to join us today, I would love that. Okay, don't be shy, Mr. Engineers. Here you go. All righty. So, on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to declare National Engineers Week in the City of Tucson. So here we go. Whereas engineers use their scientific skills and specialized knowledge and skills in creative and innovative ways to fulfill society's needs. And whereas engineers help solve major technological challenges of our time, from designing efficient building systems to rebuilding towns devastated by natural disasters. And whereas founded in 1951, National Engineers Week is dedicated to ensuring a diverse and well-educated future engineering workforce by increasing understanding of and interest in engineering and technology careers. And whereas eWeek is a formal coalition of more than 70 engineering, education, and cultural societies with more than 50 corporations and government agencies dedicated to raising public awareness of engineers' positive contributions to the quality of life. And whereas eWeek promotes recognition amongst parents, teachers, and students of the importance of a technical education and high level of math, science, and technology literacy, and motivates youth to pursue engineering careers in order to provide a diverse and vigorous engineering workforce. And whereas women make up less than 24% of those employed in science, technology, and engineering fields, and of the engineers and scientists represented in modern media. And whereas Introduce a Girl to Engineering Day is an international event also celebrated during Engineers Week each year. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 16th through the 22nd of 2025 as National Engineers Week in this community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 19th day of February 2025. Congratulations and thank you for everything that you do. Do you want to say anything? Anyone want to say anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council for this recognition. With me this evening is Arturo Ledesma, one of our very talented engineering project managers in the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and he represents a group that is extremely smart, innovative, and delivering some of the most critical infrastructure for our transportation system. Thank you for this recognition.
And thank you for your work. Really appreciate it.
Can we get a picture?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Get a couple of folks who are on this side. Yeah.
Loop around.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
righty, our next presentation is celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Tucson Rodeo. And joining me, Chairman Sam Merriman, Vice Chairman Mark Baird, and last but certainly not least, former Chairman Jose Calderon. Come on up. We have been so excited, and I know that you all have been planning the 100th anniversary of the Tucson Rodeo for a few years now. We're very happy to be able to be here for this momentous occasion. I know that my father was an original cowboy, and so our family in Sonora and in Arizona celebrate the roots of cowboy culture and who we are as a region, as a community here in the Sonoran Desert. And it has deep roots in African American and Indigenous and Mexican and U.S. culture. So very happy to be celebrating with you this momentous occasion. So on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read a proclamation. Whereas in 1925, the inaugural La Fiesta de los Vaqueros Rodeo Parade kicked off the first Tucson rodeo event. And this month, Tucsonans celebrate the 100th annual La Fiesta de los Vaqueros and 100 years of the Tucson Rodeo. Whereas the rodeo provides an opportunity to recapture and celebrate the times of the cowboy, El Vaquero, that storied, hardworking, independent men and women celebrating the spirit of the Old West and Tucson's colorful past. And whereas the rodeo brings our families and communities together, through the art of storytelling, we share cherished memories that span generations, memories of long hours of hard work, perseverance, and dedication. Moments of pure enjoyment, from exhilarating competitions to the joy of friends and families coming together. And whereas the first Tucson Rodeo was held at Kramer Field, now Catalina Field, due to rapid growth, the event moved to South 6th Avenue and Irvington Road in 1932, with seating for about 3,000 people. Today, the arena accommodates 11,000 spectators. And whereas the Tucson Rodeo Parade attracts more than 200,000 spectators from across the state and around the world, filling the streets and grandstands to enjoy the rodeo festivities. And whereas this month, downtown Tucson became more vibrant and beautiful with the unveiling of the Tucson's Rodeo's art mural painted by local artist Ignacio Garcia. And whereas we thank Chairman Sam Merriman, Vice Chairman Mark Baird, former Chairman Jose Calderon, Rodeo Committee, and Fiesta de los Vaqueros Committee members for planning the various celebrations this month. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 to be Tucson Rodeo's 100th anniversary celebration in this community, and encourage all of our residents to join in the celebration by wearing Western clothing, as my Vice Mayor is doing during this rodeo season. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 19th day of February 2025. Congratulations. You want to say something?
Of course. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you very much for presenting this. We are so proud to be a part of something that's been around for 100 years in this community, and the fact that right now we still give out back to the community. That's very important. I'm glad you mentioned the cultures, because one of the themes behind our 100th year is all the different cultures that have created, and I hope you guys have had a chance that settled this area, and I hope you had a chance to see the mural when you came in here, because if you haven't seen it yet, you can tell those are Sonoran Desert people from this area. You can't tell what culture they are. They're mixed. They're wearing each other's different artifacts, everything else, which Ignacio captured so beautifully. So it was pretty amazing what he's done there. That took us about 18 months in total process. Him working every day for about 2 months by itself. But I'm talking about the process of approval, everything else, getting it through our board, getting it through other boards, arts councils, and everything else we had to do. We're very proud of it. We've already had a sellout our first weekend, which was great. We've never done that before on either day. We sold out Saturday and Sunday. So what I'm telling you, if you're going to go, you better buy your tickets fast, because you have 4 days left and starting tomorrow. I would love to thank my vice chairman, Mark Baird, and my former chairman, I was his vice chairman, Jose Calderon. If either of you would like to speak, please do. Now, I know Jose's not going to pass the opportunity.
I'm the crier of the whole bunch here, too, so I'm a very emotional person. Thank you very much. This is very special. Being part of a tradition like this, and that we continue to stay strong with it, it's fantastic. You know, I know my dad, if he was here, he'd be very proud. So, and my mom says hello. So, but no, thank you so much for your support and everything else. And we just got a bunch of great men and women doing what they do. So thank you so much.
Last but certainly not least, tomorrow is the parade. So we're all going to be in our cowboy boots and our cowboy hats and joining you for a beautiful tradition in our community. Thank you all. Congratulations. Thank you. Join us for a picture.
That's right. I'm the short one here.
Thank you. To your stay. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. All righty, now we have a beautiful presentation. I just want to take a moment to commend the City of Tucson employees who have gone above and beyond to protect our community and assist our neighbors to the west in California in their time of dire need. Our public safety teams have demonstrated dedication, resilience, and compassion, stepping up when it matters most. So this presentation we will do with Councilmember Paul Cunningham and we have beautiful plaques to present to our 4 City of Tucson firefighters, Paul Maxwell, Justin Keith, Tom Roth, and Tyler Blankenship on Tucson Brush 22, who spent 14 days on call and supporting efforts to combat the wildfires in Los Angeles. Please join us up here. We're so proud of you. And Chief, if you want to join us too. We have special plaques. Give me one so that I can read. All righty, so these are plaques, a special commendation for service above and beyond the call of duty, proudly presented to our 4 firefighters here, presented by the Tucson Mayor and Council on this February 19th, 2025. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much for representing the City of Tucson and our community so well. And I would like to give Councilmember Cunningham a moment to add some words.
These guys went and fought firefighters representing the City of Tucson and Pasadena. Let's give them a round of applause.
Do you want to say anything? I'm making him say something.
I've had plenty of interviews over the last couple of weeks since I've been home. Yeah. I just want to say thanks to the fire chief, the fire department, and of course the city of Tucson for giving us the opportunity to do what we love, which is to help people, whether it's here in the city of Tucson or anywhere in the West. The gratitude that we get and love that we get from places when we go far and wide, when people realize that we drive all the way across the country to help them out, you wouldn't believe how appreciative there are. Quite often when you have a massive fire like this, the local resources become overwhelmed. And so when outside resources come in, they're just very gracious. City of Tucson and Tucson Fire Department allow us to go do that. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation to Officer William Bonanno, who was at the right place at the right time and most probably prevented a school shooting in this community. Your commitment to service is a testament to the values that make Tucson a strong and caring community. Thank you for your hard work. You make a difference every day. Thank you for your service to our community. We also have Chief Casmar here with us today. Wanted to give a little bit of a time for Councilmember Cunningham to say a couple of words.
So for some of you who know me, you know I used to work at Juvie as a school safety officer. So school safety officers sometimes have to show up. And we could have been on the national news that day. It was a very significant incident. And not only did he diffuse it, he diffused it so there wasn't a big to-do where the kids even knew what had happened. But we were this close. And that's a lot of experience for those who know Officer Bonanno. So let's give him a round of applause.
Special commendation for service above and beyond the call of duty, proudly presented to Officer William Bonanno on behalf of the Tucson Mayor and Council this February 19th, 2025. Congratulations, and thank you for your service to our community. Thank you so much. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to say something?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much. I know many members here, and they've known me over the years here at the Tucson Police Department. I'm not shy to talk, except when it comes to talking about myself. I took an oath almost 27 years ago to protect this city, and I think that's all I was doing, was just doing my job that day. I was in the right place at the right time. I worked with a bunch of really, really good professionals, men and women, and I would have hoped that they would have acted in the same way. It was just my day to be there. I'm glad that I was, to prevent this tragedy from happening. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 56 dated February 19th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in this report?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
There is a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and this is to appoint Heidi Steiner to the City Magistrate's Merit Selection Commission. If there are no points of discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 45, dated February 19th, is received into make part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Right, I
I
do
do, Madam
see
Mayor.
my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres. We'll start with the virtual. Member Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Tuesday, February 11th, my staff and I attended Mueller's Inc.'s ribbon cutting ceremony. With over 38 retail branches throughout the Southwest, Mueller Inc. is a leading steel building, metal roofing, and component distributor. Its U.S. branch in Tucson will usher in job growth and economic opportunity. I want to thank and congratulate Mueller Inc. on coming to Tucson. Wish them the best of luck. To invite everyone to attend the 100th annual Tucson Rodeo Parade tomorrow. Take place on Thursday, February 20th at 9 a.m. The route will begin at 12th Avenue and Drexel Road, proceeds east and on Drexel Road to Old Nogales Highway, then north on Old Nogales Highway to the rodeo grounds on Irvington Road. I want everyone to come out and be a part of this beloved Tucson tradition as it celebrates a milestone anniversary. I also want to invite everyone to visit the newest addition to Tucson Marketplace tomorrow, the Gyro Shack, located at 1610 East Tucson Marketplace. This Thursday, the Gyro Shack will hold its ribbon cutting at 4 p.m. Please stop by and try some delicious food from their menu. The Renaissance of the Southside continues, Madam Mayor. PAC will host Snip and Tip, a free spank neuter for event for unknown outdoor cats and kittens living in Pima County. It will be held on February 21st, at 223rd at PAC 4 South Silverbell Road. Where you can borrow a trap or carrier, please call 520-724-5983. February is Black History Month, Madam Mayor. We're going to profound contribution by Black Americans to our nation's history and culture. Tucson, we're fortunate to have some strong Black leaders who work tirelessly to make our city a great place for everyone to live. I want to congratulate the following individuals for their distinguished leadership in our community: Annie Sykes, Pastor Grady Scott, Pastor Amos Lewis, Woody Blake, James Christopher, Mr. Charles Kendrick, and John Covington with the Buffalo Soldiers and the GSAAC. Thank you for your invaluable service to our community. Thank you. That's all I got, Madam Mayor. God bless you. Have a good day.
It's not working. Thank you, council member. Over here, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
My office will sit a Know Your Rights info session for businesses. We've had a number of calls about businesses receiving. And so I want to give a special appreciation to the city's small business program, Chief Kazmar, Alba Jaramillo from Derechos Humanos, Mexican for their
Try it again.
We're gonna have to use our teacher voices.
There we go. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
All right, there we are. All right. So, some of the key takeaways from that session were understanding the legal protections when interacting with law enforcement or immigration authorities, protecting our business.
I'm on.
having proactive planning with practical policies to be prepared for different scenarios, and making sure that we're strengthening our networks and resources within our community for continued support. If there are any other businesses that have questions or need support, they can feel free to reach out to our small business program. They're equipped to help businesses navigate some of these challenges or any questions, or reach out to our office and we can help connect as well. We talked about the parade tomorrow, but on Friday, February 21st, 8 to 10 a.m., you can join the Team Up to Clean Up, sponsored by the Keno Rotary Club second rodeo parade cleanup. Let's help keep the rodeo parade route clean and beautiful by picking up litter after the festivities. The meeting location for that will be Regal Garden Events at 5401 South Nogales Highway. On Friday, February 21st at 6:30 p.m., join the Rio Nuevo Criterium. Visit Tucson for the first annual family fun ride at the Tucson Bicycle Classic. This special ride welcomes kids and adults of all ages to experience the thrill of cycling on the same course as the pros. Arrive early and be ready to row with your helmet on for unforgettable evening of fun and community. The location is 198 West Cushing Street. And then on Monday, February 24th, from 5 to 7, the Ward 1 office hosts the bike check on street. It's basic bike maintenance sponsored by Fuga Tucson and hosted by our office, where we provide free bike evaluations, fixed flats, gear change, lubrication, seat adjustments, and free lights. We also help provide referrals to local bike shops. That is the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street. Finally, Friday, February 28th from 6 to 8, join us for our monthly Southside ride. We schedule this evening bike ride takes place on the last Friday of each month, starting at View Pueblo Center, 101 West Irvington Road. We meet at 6 and roll out at 6:30.
Alrighty, Councilmember Cunningham, we're trying to figure out the audio.
Mine's working right
Okay,
now.
mine is too.
So there's that.
Alrighty,
got that going.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, I think it's your microphone that's not working. And move over here next to Councilmember Dong.
I'm on mine again. It just kept turning off.
Might be not all the way plugged in
Okay.
underneath or something, so. Couple things about the rodeo, 100th anniversary of it, which is a really big deal. But I always like pointing this out because it's one of my favorite little factoids. It's the longest non-mechanized parade in the Western Hemisphere. Used to be longest in the world. I actually think it is the longest in the world. I'm not sure about the stats they have across the world there. I think ours is longer. At least I'm going to believe that. It's a Tucson thing. Congratulations to all the girls and boys basketball state. Very big time. Boys basketball a little bit different this year. They broke two open groups. So the 3A, 2A, 1A has an open group, and 4A, 5A, 6A. And two Ward 2 schools made it. I want to give a big shout out to Coach Smith and Palo Verde High School, who are 24-5. And not only that, they've advanced already to the second round of the Copper Division, which is a big deal. And they play on Saturday against Ironwood in Phoenix. I also want to give acknowledgement to Sparrow, who qualified as number 1 in 4A. They've only lost 2 games to State of Arizona teams this year, 24-2, and several of the players are my former students from Gridley, so I take a lot of pride in that. And they play tonight against Deer Valley, a game which I'm obviously missing. No bitterness there. I also wanted to, and this is kind of the last one, two of them. One is Statehood Day. I wrote a little thing in the Sentinel about Statehood Day, and it's a pretty neat story because we were a territory longer than just about anybody else when we finally became a state. There were a lot of objections to it, and some of the rights that we have, especially being able to amend the Constitution by initiative, is a pretty cool thing that Arizona enjoys. So happy Statehood Day, which was also Valentine's Day. But the day after Valentine's Day has a little bit more meaning to me this year. This weekend, from February 5th celebrating the 80th birthday of my father, George Cunningham. And my dad's turning 80. He started here working for the city of South Tucson. He actually was the deputy town manager of the city of South Tucson. And then in 1972 became a staffer for the Arizona State Senate. He was the one staffer. They had one staffer in the 70s, and it was my dad. He then became a lobbyist for the University of Arizona, and then effectively became executive vice president of the University of Arizona for 10 years, which is basically like the town manager of the University of Arizona. He didn't do any academic stuff, but he made sure that the roads got paved and ran residential life and stuff like that. After that, he was chief of staff to Governor Rose Mofford, and in 1992, he was elected to the state legislature, where he served 4 terms. After that, in 2002, he ran for Congress. He didn't win. He became the chief of staff to Governor Napolitano, where he served the state faithfully. He also served in the Army National Guard with Councilmember Fimbres, and believe it or not, 20 years later, I served in the same unit with him. As you guys know, I'm really, really, really proud of my dad, and he's taught me so many things. And I just wanted to give him a little tribute on his 80th birthday. I want to let him know that it's been an honor. It's an honor being his son. So, happy birthday, Dad.
Any others?
Mayor, I can't follow that, so I'll pass.
Okay. So a couple of things. First, you should have received your ballot by mail. If you live in the city of Tucson, we have an all vote by mail election happening right now. There is one initiative on the ballot, that's Proposition 414. You have your ballot. Please make sure that you vote on it and mail it by, I think the last date to mail it is March 5th. Remember that election day is March 11th, and vote centers are open from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. So vote, vote, vote. It's important that we hear from you in this special election. Also, on a not happy note, this morning we learned of a tragic airplane collision in the town of Marana that claimed 2 lives. My heart goes out to the families and loved ones of those lost. I called Mayor John Post to wish him my condolences and offer him any help on behalf of the city of Tucson. I want to send my deepest condolences to the town of Marana and the people that live in Marana. My thoughts are with the entire community. And that's it for me. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 46, dated February 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item for tonight. Would like to invite the community to help us plant 26 native trees for the recreation area at Ventura Villas Apartments at 6200 South Campbell Avenue. This event will take place this Saturday, February 22nd from 9 to 11 a.m. What's important about this particular tree planting is this is one of the first locations where the City of Tucson launched the Violence Interruption and Vitalization Action, or VIVA program. And this program has been shown success in reducing violent gun crime by disrupting crime networks and fostering positive activation. And these tree plantings are part of that positive activation. This event will bring community members together to plant the native shade trees, contributing to an expanded tree canopy. These trees will provide much-needed natural shade, supporting youth who play on a nearby basketball courts near the apartment complex and engage in other outdoor activities during the hot months. The Community Tree Planting Celebration is co-sponsored by Tucson Clean and Beautiful and Ventura Villas Apartments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 57, dated February 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 2 applications for new licenses and 4 special event applications. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5B2 and 5C1 through 5C4 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up.
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Alrighty. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience. Call to the audience.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Speakers, the green light will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red and the timer will begin beeping. If that happens, please immediately conclude your remarks.
Do we have any speakers today?
We do.
Alrighty. Florence Lopez. Florence, can you use the mic that's in the taller?
Anya Ptugik, Florence Lopez, Anya Oxagic, Denny Lopez, Anya Waik, Mamat, Monica, Michael, and Mark. My name is Florence Lopez. I'm the wife of Denny Lopez Butt, the late Denny Lopez, and I'm here today to praise these people that brought that project up and naming Denny Lopez Park. And I'm a little nervous. I was going to write a book about him, but I just have a little piece of paper here now. I'm very honored and proud that our young people that that knew Danny have worked so hard to name a park, and after Danny Lopez. I know Danny was a humble man and a quiet man. He did what he loved to do without honor. He enjoyed teaching children and elders their autumn language, culture, songs, traditional dances, and more. He did storytelling. He did storytelling and many blessings for many people because he was also a spiritual person. Then he was a man of many talents, which he used in his teachings. He was loved and respected, especially the children he taught. I believe that Danny is very proud and honored that his teachings and his hard work did not fail him. He lit a fire under the hearts and souls of many people that will continue to burn for years to come for all the people as well as others. He was an educator at heart for his people. Not only that, he was going to night school at the University of Arizona to work hard work getting his PhD before he passed. I guess he wanted to be called Dr. Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Michael O'Connell.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable members of the council. My name is Michael O'Connell. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm not paid to speak. I want to first off thank Mayor and Council for changing the name of the Cesar Chavez holiday to include Dolores Huerta. In an administration and an iteration of our country that is constantly prioritizing erasure and rewriting history, it is really important to acknowledge the contributions of women, especially women of color, to American history and our continued struggle to justice. Additionally, I would like to take a moment to speak on Proposition 414 as well. As a Marine Corps veteran, I gave my youth in service to this country, and in my transition from service, unfortunately, I experienced a brief stint of homelessness when I was readjusting to civilian life and struggling to find work. When I think back on that time and I look at the measures within Proposition 414, I see impactful, actionable solutions that would have made a huge difference in my life and specifically helped with my situation when I had nowhere to call home. I live in the Sunnyside neighborhood, and every day at least 100 people pass through the alley and wash behind my house. You know, I don't mind because you don't need a roof over your head to be my neighbor, and I try to help these folks when I can. But every day I see people hurting, I see people suffering, and I see people with nowhere to go who are looking for solutions. I just really appreciate the leadership and wanted to thank you all today for doing something on this issue that is very important to me. So thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connell. Caleb Gutierrez. And then after Caleb, we're going to have Elma Alvarez. So be ready.
Hi, thanks for having me here, come up and speak today. I'm Caleb Gutierrez. I'm back after 9 years or 10 years. I am the founder of Cushing Street Skate Park. I was here almost 10 years ago to present the idea and proposal of Cushing Street. So I came here to say thank you. And thank you to the mayor and the old mayor, Mr. Jonathan Rothschild, and the mayor council. Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been 9 years of dedication and a labor of love, and it's been interesting, a lot of things. But I really admire our community for sticking with me and being here today, because the park is fully funded, and it's going to be the first shaded skate park in the entire state of Arizona. And I'm really excited for that because it's really hot in this part of this country. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that's helped, and thank you to the community for sticking with me and my idea. So thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Elma Alvarez. And after Elma will be Azul Navarrete Valera. If you could be on standby.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about Dolores Huerta. What can be said about this amazing human that hasn't already been said? She was born April 10th, 1930. In her lifetime, she has accomplished what others aspire to. She began her career as a school teacher. Dolores worked alongside the great Cesar Chavez. She was the co-founder of the National Farm Workers Association. She secured state-backed aid for dependent families and disability insurance for injured California farm workers, led the grape industry to change its practices by protest, which were nonviolent action. She also worked to register voters, advocate for education reform, and is also a leader in the Chicano civil rights movement. Though it has not been an easy road, having been arrested several times, she continued to fight for the rights of those who had none. I would like to note she did all of this as a single working mama. Along her way, she has earned the following: Eleanor Roosevelt Human Rights Award, honorary PhD degree from California State University. She received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Obama in 2012. These are just a few of the many awards she has rightfully earned. It fills my heart with joy to know that we will be acknowledging Ms. Huerta here in our beloved city of Tucson. Dolores Huerta's advocacy work took her from the classroom, but she continues being a teacher. She has taught us that women have a voice and the tenacity to get things done. She has taught us that when things seem impossible, we can accomplish our set goals. She has taught us that loving our community is one of the greatest loves we will ever have. She has taught us that united, we are stronger. She has taught us that huelga is a word of power. She has taught us that her empowering yell of "Si se puede" would endure time and be a phrase that gave us hope to dream and become activists. Thank you for always being our teacher and leading by example, Dolores. As you have probably guessed by now, Dolores Huerta is my living hero. Her influence reached this girl in a very, very small border town of Naco. And in her powerful phrase, "Si se puede, si se puede, si se puede, para siempre." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. Azul.
Amishpancinco no Anyolke, no Nansin Pati, no Tansin Omar, Newa no Toca Azul, ni Chane Navarrete Valera, ni Calpolito Shikali. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on ancestral land of the Hana, Atam, and Yaqui people. My name is Azul Navarrete Valera, and today I stand before you to voice my support for the resolution to rename Christopher Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park. 5 years ago, when I was a female co-president of the Tucson Native Youth Council, who are here today, we were given the opportunity to lead the renaming effort. Unfortunately, the arrival of COVID-19 heavily impacted our process. However, the Tucson community continued showing support for this cause. I refused to let this vision fade and continued advocating for the renaming of the park. Danny Lopez's dedication to preserving the Hana Atam knowledge and nurturing future generations incorporates the values of inclusivity, empowerment, and community that our public faces should reflect. By honoring his legacy, we not only celebrate a local hero, but also recognize the importance of cultural preservation and community leadership. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to my mentor, Antonio Ramirez, who has helped me greatly with this issue and has been by my side encouraging and guiding me for the past 5 years, and to Danny Lopez's family, Monica and Florence. Thank you for your continued support and for the beautiful speech you shared during the Indigenous Peoples Day event. Your words moved us all and served as a powerful reminder of Danny Lopez's legacy. Lastly, I want to express my appreciation to the Tucson Native Youth Council for showing up today to support this cause. Your presence here is a testimony to the strength and community and power of the youth leadership. Renaming this park is more than just changing a sign. It's about honoring history, celebrating culture, and creating a space where future generations can feel seen, valued, and inspired. I urge you to support this resolution, not just as an act of renaming, but as an act of recognition and respect for Tana Atam Elder Danny Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Williams. Joshua Williams.
Thank you all for letting me speak today. I'm Joshua Williams. I'm legally only allowed to speak for myself. But today I'd like to call upon you, Madam Mayor, and this City Council to apply pressure to all higher government officials on the actions of Elon Musk and his 5 employees working for the Department of Government Efficiency. My time here is short, so I just wish to express my outrage, and while also calling on all of you to express your outrage over Elon Musk's unlawful and undemocratic takeover of the federal government. And I ask that you here in our beautiful city of Tucson, Arizona, will stand up against this blatant form of fascism and Musk's extended history with extreme right-wing's beliefs and policies. Following a script shared from the wonderful people at the Women Forward movement, we must constantly and consistently speak these phrases to our elected officials. The script follows as such. I ask that you forcefully speak out against an unelected billionaire having undue influence on and control over our government data, personnel, and payment systems. I ask that you refuse to cooperate with Musk's private enterprise masking as a government agency. I ask that you support any legal challenges or investigations into Musk and his organization's activity. And finally, that all work is halted in Congress until the unconstitutional power grab stops. I also want to express my gratitude to you, Madam Mayor, for your comments stating, and I quote, "Here in Tucson, we know how to stand up and fight against hate and racist laws. Part of our history is coming together with our faith leaders and other organizations to protect children and families from separation. As someone who grew up around countless immigrants, I wish to join you in this dedication to protecting our citizens from the racist laws that President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance wish to enact. We are family here. We love each other. Our neighbors are our neighbors here in Tucson, no matter what they look like. Thank you for your time, and free Palestine.
Eva Carrillo Dong. Eva Carrillo Dong. And then after Eva is going to be Cynthia Garcia, so you could be on deck.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. Thank you for allowing us to speak today on this important subject. In 2014, this coalition joined forces with a City Council person representing Ward 1. We had been fighting all alongside for a city holiday to honor Cesar Chavez, a migrant farm worker that fought his entire life for justice and human dignity. The work Cesar Chavez did for the families throughout this country has been felt not only by farm workers, but by all workers. Thousands of union members have followed Cesar's model when fighting for workplace safety, fair wages, and improved working conditions. Council member at the time, Regina Romero, passionately fought hard with us all the way and led us to eventually be successful in honoring Cesar with his own holiday in the city of Tucson. This was a good thing, the right thing to do. Now we come to you and ask you once again, or appreciate once again, that you're going to do the right thing. Last year during one of our meetings, I asked Arizona Cesar Chavez Holiday Coalition if we could consider adding Dolores Huerta to our coalition's name. We would become the Arizona Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition. There was a resounding yes in the room. The reason everyone was so enthusiastic about adding her name was because we all knew of her incredible legacy. She was alongside Cesar Chavez all the way as he fought for the farm workers. She helped Cesar Chavez found the National Farm Workers Association that would eventually become the UFW, the United Farm Workers Association. She was the first to cry out, "Sí se puede," "Sí se puede," at a rally. And then becoming not only the UFW's, that became not only the UFW's slogan, but the shout that vibrates throughout the country when workers are rallying for workers' rights. She was a driving force behind the national boycott of grapes that led to a successful union contract. She has put her life on the line every day. She has dedicated her whole life, sacrificed her whole life, so that others could have a more dignified life, a more just life. In 2017, they made a documentary named Dolores, where they not only showed her powerful community activism, but showed that she was instrumental in bringing forth the atrocities that come forth from the lack of environmental justice. At 94, this incredible person is still working to make this a better world. Besides being a role model, she has been a mentor to her children, and they are living a life of service. Dolores Huerta deserves to be recognized, to be honored. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Cynthia Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cynthia Garcia, and I'm here to talk about the renaming of the City Cesar Chavez holiday. Dolores Huerta is known as an organizer, educator, and community leader. She fought for the right of campesinos, farm workers out in the fields. She worked alongside Cesar Chavez to provide farm workers with a higher salary, better working conditions, something so simple yet unimaginable then. She organized a huelga or strike and multiple peaceful protests to have others realize the oppression her gente, her community, and pueblo were enduring. while her and the people she stood alongside suffered unimaginable torture from law enforcement, the similar violence that our gente endured then, many of our gente continue to endure throughout during this presidential administration. Dolores Huerta stood and continues to stand up for campesinos, niños y niñas, y gente latina. It's because of the amazing work and wonderful, mujeres in leadership positions that true and accountable change is made. We appreciate the recognition that was long time coming for an amazing and powerful mujer such as Dolores Huerta. Her legacy continues to cheer and push those who have come after her. Her iconic grito, "Si se puede," continues to bring our gente from all walks of life together in solidarity. Not too long ago, legislation banned the education of legacies like hers and other movements. Legislation that banned ethnic studies tried to erase and bury the hard work and dedication Dolores Huerta accomplished. That's why it's imperative that our elected officials recognize and uplift the work of our gente. In closing, I remind those who dare to erase and bury us that we are seeds. Si se puede. Gracias.
Patrick Robles, and then after Patrick, Serena Jauregui.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Patrick Robles, and I'm here in my personal capacity as a young man who lives here in Tucson. I'm quite inspired by the efforts to rename the Cesar Chavez holiday to the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta holiday. I was 16 years old at Sunnyside High School when I first met Dolores Huerta, and I was quite starstruck. And I remember the first words out of my mouth was, "It's an honor to meet you, but secondly, what advice do you have for young people here in this country?" And she said, "Mijito, don't give up. They're gonna try to push you down, but mijito, don't give up." And then the crowd went and swarmed her and everything. But those words have stuck with me. And I've got to tell you, as a young man, it's important to see this woman who has been a trailblazer for not just farm workers, but for Latinos, for Black people, for Indigenous people in this country, to see this holiday be named in her honor. And in a time where DEI is being under attack, where you have leaders in the White House who want to essentially erase our history and shame us into being who we authentically, shame us into hiding our culture away. I'm proud to see that our city leaders are willing to stand up and embrace who we are. So thank you, Mayor and Council.
Serena.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As well, I'd like to speak on the renaming of Cesar Chavez to Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Day. Times are really scary right now. Our work is being put on pause and a lot of our advocacy is being hidden. But today we get to highlight an extraordinary leader who has tirelessly stood up for human rights, even in times of uncertainty and fear. And thank goodness, because it's time to stop deferring the acknowledgement of the work that us women do. The fight for human rights is a movement of many, and it's exceptionally fitting that we give credit where credit is due. And Dolores Huerta's name belongs right next to Cesar Chavez's, because together is how they fought. Together they uplifted the voices of farm workers, and the two powerhouses came together to lead the boycotts across the nation. Especially as a woman, I think we should be giving her extra recognition because we know that our fight is met with so much more than a man's fight will ever be. Without her activism and her organizing out in the fields and up in the White House, their solidified impact wouldn't have been possible. I supposedly grew up in the woke generation, but my textbooks still look like just one paragraph of women's history at the end of the page, and I'm sick of that. So I'm excited for history to start telling the whole truth and to respect our lives, our fight for justice, and the leaders who deserve their recognition. And Dolores Huerta certainly does. Receiving the medal, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and many other accolades, she has been such an amazing leader to us future generation, teaching us all of the lessons of peaceful but diligent organizing for our rights. And I'd like to especially call out the strong woman up here today for being so tough and resilient, even when it's exhausting, and for allowing your selflessness and your commitment to the betterment of the city to overcome the challenges ahead. And finally, while I have the mic, I'd like to name a couple of women in my life who have showed me the strength to be up here speaking today. Columba Huaraque and Ines Montijo, and then these last two who are engineers in this Engineers Week, Cristina Madrigal and Sabrina Huaraque. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll call up Antonio Ramirez, and then after Antonio, Rick Rappaport.
Hi, my name is Antonio Ramirez, and I am a resident of Tucson, and I'm speaking for myself today in favor of Danny Lopez Park. First and foremost, I want to thank Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Dahl for helping get this through the finish line, as well as to Councilmember Ulick for helping us when you were on the Ward 3 seats way back when. And especially to Councilmember Santa Cruz, who I worked for nearly 5 years, and pretty much since day one, Councilmember Santa Cruz gave me direction to work on the renaming of this park. So thank you for your long and sustained efforts, and also for your encouragement. I also want to thank Monica and Florence Lopez here. When we first met, you both brought a binder full of articles and reports about Danny Lopez, and I think that truly speaks to the type of family that you are. You're caring, and your attention to detail is truly special. And thank you for being here today. Thank you to the Tucson Native Youth Council for working and spearheading this project from the community side. That's where I met Azul, and I really, truly am grateful for getting to work with Azul for these past 5 years. And then lastly, I truly need to recognize Azul's involvement in this. It's been you that's been constantly working, that's been there from the community. You've given the speeches, you've written the emails, you've sent, you've done the phone calls, you've spoken to the reporters. You've just been absolutely incredible, and I'm honored to get to know you. And I have 1 minute left, so outside of that, I want to speak about Proposition 414. I'm here also today to speak fully in support of that, because we're running out of time. The Arizona State Legislature passed the flat income tax and has been pouring funding into private schools through the ESA vouchers. And because of that, services across the board are getting cut, including the shared income tax. Tucson is receiving something like a $40 million cut. We received a cut last year, and I think that was around $27 million. If we don't pass Proposition 414, we're going to have start having conversations about cutting programs and services, and our community cannot afford to do that. So to everyone here, I strongly encourage you to speak in favor of Proposition 414. And Councilmember Dahl, your remarks about fireworks on A Mountain were on point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Rick Rappaport, and then Marion Fish.
Well, this is going to be a change. The emotional outpouring from the community, I can't really match that here. I'm a climate activist, proud of that. That's the community I represent. This call to the audience, it feels like democracy should feel like. That's what it feels like to me. I don't feel I'm going to get arrested. I don't going to get intimidated. There's no one going to try and punch me out. I'm here to speak. Civil discourse. I mean, what could be better? I just wish that across the nation. I do want to address the franchise agreement, this sort of wonky thing that probably doesn't fit with the heroes that we've heard about tonight. But the franchise, this feels like deja vu again. 2 years ago, I was here, and I said, you know, we don't have a chance to negotiate with Tucson Electric Power. They have too much power. We don't have that much. This is an important agreement. We need outside counsel. I think City Attorney Mike Rakin said he was going to hire somebody. I've never heard anything about it. I don't know what's happening. It's a very opaque process to the climate activists, and it's important that it not be that opaque, that it be more transparent, because we really don't want to start organizing again to try and do something about the franchise agreement. Let me just see, I have something written that's much better than what I'm saying. I don't have any idea if the city will include a parallel agreement that leverages the city's consent to the franchise agreement by having Tucson Electric Power commit real dollars to mitigate its direct impact. It's the largest greenhouse gas emitter in the region. So there's a lot the public does not know, that this will be the city's really only big chance to get a lot of dollars to fund its climate adaptation and action plan. So I guess the bottom line is that we really don't want to organize against it. Last time we did, and it was defeated, that was bittersweet for all of us. We wanted, I mean, some council members openly told me that they were really disappointed in what we did. You know, I think we're on the same side, but there are big dollars. Tucson Electric Power owes this city. It is producing dirty air, and it's producing pollution, and it's not paying for its fair share. Thank you.
Marion Fish. Marion Fish.
Greetings, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Marion Fish, and I'm here tonight also to talk about the city's franchise agreement with Tucson Electric Power. If we accept TEP's franchise agreement without any parallel agreement that lays out specific achievable climate adaptation goals, we're doomed to have the same climate outlook that we have now. Record-breaking temperatures, unlivable heat much of the year, threat of wildfire and dry conditions, unrelenting microbursts, and more climate havoc. If we move forward without taking the time to try for resources that will be necessary to implement the climate action and adaptation plan, I feel it would render the plan just a gigantic waste of time, money, and community input. While Fatima Luna and Michael Catanzaro have done amazing work in getting some federal money and also some city money, we all should realize that it's not going to be enough. TEP is the region's largest contributor to greenhouse emissions. They're not the bad guys here. They're a for-profit corporation doing what they do best, make a profit. Their CEO boasts as much in his most recent quarterly shareholders letter that it was Tucson's electric power rate hikes that netted Fortis, its parent company, record profits. We want the city to ask for its fair share. If you come into my house and to fix my dishwasher, and you leave the dirt and grime from your work on my kitchen floor, you need to clean it up. That's an oversimplification, but that's like TEP's bringing you electricity, and at the same time bringing you all the environmental damage of burning fossil fuels to get that electricity to you. In the case of my house, it's common courtesy to clean up after yourself. And I don't really see the difference with TEP and its obligations to the city.
Thank you. Cecilia Valdez, and then after Cecilia, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Pima Area Labor Federation, but more on behalf of the labor movement. As a CWA member for 47 years, I'm very honored that we are going to change the name. I mean, not only change the name, but add Dolores Huerta to the proclamation. Every single day, we sit down and have breakfast, lunch, dinner at the end of at the table, and we have food that's been planted, picked, and harvested by farm workers. Why is it that the people who bring the most sacred work are the ones that are not recognized for it? That do this most sacred work are not recognized for it. They're the most oppressed. And most exploited, of course. In 1962, the answer to that question, Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez founded the National Farm Workers Association, the predecessors of the United Farm Workers Union, and despite gender and ethnic biases, she helped organize the 1965 Delano strike. She became the lead negotiator for the 5,000 grape workers and laid the foundation, the groundwork for their first contract. Dolores Huerta's long career is studded with bold moves, negotiating contracts, fighting the use and the harmful pesticides, and advocating the health benefits and unemployment for workers who, through no fault of their own, could no longer go out in the fields. In the 40s and 50s, raising a family, Dolores set her sights even higher. She became the lobbyist for workers' rights, and in the 80s and 2000s, she dedicated herself to getting more Latinos elected, especially women, to the political office, and to continue to fight the women's work and workers' rights. Dolores Huerta's legacy lives on in the work of the United Farm Workers and all worker advocates do today. We owe a debt of gratitude for setting such a powerful example to follow. When we are tired, we can remember her struggles, and when we are beaten and bloodied, we can remember her resolve. And when we win, we remember, and we said, we as women should shine light on our accomplishments and not feel egotistical when we do. It's a way to let women know that we as women can accomplish great things. Now you may not be a woman, nobody's perfect, but Dolores Huerta taught us that women belong in the labor movement. No good will come to anything built if it excludes women by design. Women have always made the labor movement and run, and together we will continue to fight, continue to organize, and continue to win. We believe that most principles spelled out in the United Farm Workers vision statement: integrity, dignity, innovation, and si se puede attitude. Si se puede. Gracias.
Thank you, Ceci. Scott, I cannot read your last name. It starts with an H. Scott Hancock. Thank you, Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Scott Hancock, a Tucson resident speaking on my own behalf. Thanks for the opportunity. So I've noticed yard signs popping up around town asking Phoenix Undergrounds, why can't we? And to be honest, I had hoped we'd put this issue to bed. Undergrounding power lines is an unnecessary expense for Tucson. Even the utility admitted as much last time this came up. We don't face the coastal winds or forest risks that typically justify such costly infrastructure. And like others, 2 years ago, I stood up here expressing similar concerns about rushed franchise agreement and undergrounding negotiations with our utility. Back then, the climate community's opposition ultimately proved decisive in that vote. Now, I understand November is the target for a new franchise vote, yet there's been limited public discussion about a parallel climate agreement, a crucial element that other cities across the nation have successfully secured. With federal support and IRA funds facing uncertainty, it's more critical than ever that we leverage our healthy relationship with the utility to secure meaningful climate commitments. We can learn from peer cities leading the way, Chicago used their franchise negotiations to establish an independent nonprofit administering community grants. San Diego secured millions in climate equity funding from shareholders, not ratepayers. At least 20 major cities in the US will renegotiate their franchise agreements by 2030. And Tucson has the opportunity to once again demonstrate what's possible when we negotiate with vision and purpose. We have cooling centers in every ward. Great, let's put batteries in them. Let's bring them one step closer to fully functional resilient hubs. Mayor and Council, I'm concerned that these negotiations appear to be happening behind closed doors again. The optics before were not great. Now there aren't even optics. We can't afford another rushed process that ends with last-minute concessions tacked on to appease public concern. The franchise agreement is one of our strongest leverage points for securing meaningful climate action. I've heard we don't have leverage here, and that is just not true. Let's use it wisely. This is our opportunity to negotiate a comprehensive parallel climate agreement that prepares Tucson for our uncertain future. We shouldn't settle for less than what other cities have achieved. The climate community's voice was decisive 2 years ago, and we're eager to see Tucson seize this prime moment for climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Robert Royce. Robert Royce.
Appreciate the chance to speak tonight. This is my, I'm here to ask for a no vote on 414. This is my 376th official city council meeting in the last 24 years. I've been pretty scarce lately. I'm 24 years older than when I first walked in this room, and those seats throw my back out. And I'm totally spoiled by the theater seating at the supervisor's meeting room. I'm asking for a no vote on this. We don't need another sales tax. We've already got a 2.7% differential between inside the city and unincorporated Pima County. You're going to raise it to 3.2%. You're going to drive some businesses out of the city and turn it into a cottage industry operating outside of city. I mean, it's nice that the auto mall volunteered to be incorporated, but any car dealer that's establishes itself outside of the city limits is going to have an unnatural advantage. What we need is my Pima County countywide sales tax, which will replace our charter-enabled sales tax. I'm requesting that 3/4 of the new revenue to the county goes towards real estate tax abatement, because it's not fair that our city residents are paying a stiff sales tax, in which you want to make stiffer. And you cross the river into the foothills and they're not paying any general fund or transportation other than the RTA for their luxury meals. But here in Tucson, you want to charge 3.2%, that's not right. The RTA is going down in the fall, and it's going to leave a huge gap. So let me lay out my plan that I presented to the voters when I tried to get on the ballot in District 1 last year. My present plan calls for a 2% general fund countywide. Everybody gets what they generate. You're getting exactly the same as you do now. But once the RTA goes down, there's no other recourse for transportation than my 1% county transportation tax. Once again, goes to every municipality, and the balance will go to the county. 100% of it will go to the county. I'm not asking any of that for real estate property tax abatement. This will level the playing field for everyone. It will eliminate the advantage that shoppers have. I mean, the tendency to go outside of the city limits. I still see ads on TV saying we charge no city sales tax. It's not right. We need to level the playing field. We need to eliminate the differential between in-city sales and out-of-city sales. What you're doing is taking us in the wrong direction. Once this goes down next month and the RTA goes down in November, I will present my countywide sales tax proposal to the legislature and everyone else that's interested. Thank you very much.
Mark Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk about police accountability. So basically, in Arizona, we have something that not every state has, and that's a citizens initiative. A citizens initiative in Arizona, we used to legalize cannabis. We used to get rid of the cameras for taking your, the speed cameras, taking your thing and sending you a ticket in the mail. In the county and the city, they did that. But when the politicians don't do their job, we have a citizens initiative, okay? So we need to start a citizens initiative, and I've been working on this for a while. We're gonna be doing it here on the next presidential election because they're a 2-year cycle for the citizens initiative. I'm gonna be putting forth the citizens initiative for police accountability, to end qualified immunity in Arizona like New Mexico and Colorado did, to give the people a right to a jury trial for any criminal thing that you get 6 months in jail for. Most people don't know that you don't get a jury trial. You get a trial by a judge that works for the city, the same as the police, and they're on their side. There ain't no fair trial with a bench trial. And in the Constitution, we have a right to a jury of our peers, but Arizona seemed to do away with that before I even came here in '87. Body cams that don't mute, because the Tucson police are muting their body cams just to conspire against the citizens. They're worried about officer safety and officer security of their jobs, but they're not worried about the citizen safety. Police officers need to be bonded, just like doctors and lawyers. So when the Tucson police shoots the guy in the back 9 times in a wheelchair, the taxpayers don't have to pay it. It comes out of the bonding. And if a police officer does that too much, they won't be able to get bonded and they should lose their job. The taxpayers are always the one that has to pay anytime something happens. So that's the big problem, okay? And then the right to record public officials needs to be in a citizens initiative. And then all court hearings need to be live broadcast. We can't have any more star chambers. You know what they're doing is they're keeping people from going in and recording the police. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna be at 8:30 and for someone that was filming in city court, filming the police. So you should always have the right to film the police in a free country. This is not North Korea. And the other things, we need to cap the salaries of the police officers. I would say up to 3 times the mayor's salary would be good, because $180,000 is what Brandon William makes back here behind me, hiding in that room right there. And he's the guy that was responsible for ripping my arm out of socket. And they get paid too much. You know, you can do a lot with $180,000, you know, instead of paying them. It doesn't get better quality, it just gets rich officers. And then
Alrighty, sir, your time is up. We have one last speaker and
anyway, go to TucsonPoliceSuck@gmail.com.
Alrighty, so Cassandra Becerra.
I am much shorter. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Cassandra Becerra, and I am here on my own accord. Thank you for ensuring that the people have a platform to use their voices when people in power are trying to silence us. We are here to celebrate people like Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez, who also empowered us to be here tonight. They have paved the way, they took the hits, they protested, they boycotted, they fasted, they demonstrated, so that nuestra gente who are here tonight can fill up this space. Dolores was beat so bad for her activism that she almost died. And she was asked if that slowed her down in any way. Did that make her rethink the way that she was going to move forward? And she said, oh no. She said, this is just a part of what happens when you stand up against injustice. She said, this is just another chapter. And after that, after she recovered, she became even more involved. So to reimagine this holiday, to rename it after a hero like that, is simply necessary. The seeds that Dolores and Cesar planted back then determined the harvest that they reap to this very day. We are those seeds. We are that harvest. Dolores said that when we choose to give up our time and our resources to participate in community work, that makes us leaders. And Madam Mayor and Council, you have a room filled with leaders here tonight. Injustices have not been diminished. With our lack of leadership in the White House, these injustices have only elevated. While our national leaders are promoting hate and lies and scare tactics, you, Madam Mayor and Council, are highlighting our integrity, our spirit, our ganas for a better tomorrow for women, for children, for our elderly, for our veterans, for our LGBTQ communities, for our indigenous friends, and our hardworking people. Those are the things that Dolores and Cesar stood for. Those are the things that I, along with all of these leaders in this room today, will forever stand for. Que viva de la causa, que viva Dolores Huerta, y que viva Cesar Chavez.
That was our last speaker for call to the audience. We will move on to item 7, and we will consider some of these issues separately. So if you'd like to join us and stay to finish the council meeting. Ms. Clerk?
Consent agenda items A through L.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read consent agenda items.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is Tucson Police, acceptance of the FY24 Community Policing Development microgrants with Goodwill of Southern Arizona to implement Community Violence Intervention, CVI. Item C is a final plat, TD-DIV-0723-0086, Teton Commons, lots 1 through 6. Item D is a final plat, TD-DIV-0524-0043, Tommy's Car Wash, lots 1 and 2. Item E, Housing and Community Development, approving the impact fee subsidy request for Spire Development, Rincon Manor. Item F, Housing and Community Development, approving the impact fee subsidy request for COPE Community Services Sequoia Apartments. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Transportation to build Cushing Street Park. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with IGA with Rio Nuevo to fund Cushing Street Park. These 2 items will be considered separately at the request of the mayor. Item I, Parks and Recreation, authorizing and approving the renaming of Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park. This item 2 will be considered separately at the request of the mayor and Councilmember Dahl. Item J is Economic Initiatives, approving the issuance of single-family mortgage revenue bonds by the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson, Arizona. Item K is agreement with RDM Tucson LLC for violence interruption and vitalization action, Viva Investments. And item L is amending Tucson Code, Section 2291A7, to rename Cesar E. Chavez Holiday to the Cesar E. Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday. And that's being requested separately at the request of the mayor. And I think the city attorney has an item a correction to read into the record.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council. I don't need it removed or considered separately, but item K, which is the agreement with RDM Tucson relating to the Viva investments, we just need to do a little cleanup on the exhibits from what was included in the packets. So there was a missing Exhibit A, which is just a location map, and we'll renumber what was the other exhibit that was in the package. Thank you.
Thank you. Already? So can we have a motion to move the items in the consent agenda, please, except for those that are being considered separately?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? We need to go to roll call.
Yes. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Sulik? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
So
The items, oh,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0.
Okay, the first item to be considered separately is item H, intergovernmental agreement with Rio Nuevo for funding Cushing Street Skate Park.
I wanted to consider this item separately because we've been working on this for almost 10 years. We started, as Caleb said, more than 9 years ago. I was on the council representing Ward 1, and a bunch of kids and their parents walked in one night at a council meeting and said, "We don't have access to skate parks. We deserve one. And let's use the space on Cushing Street Bridge below I-10 to take advantage of that space." And here we are today, almost 10 years later. I want to especially thank Caleb Gutierrez and Shannon Smith, who joined us here. And thank you for the many years for advocating for Cushing Street Skate Park. I want to thank Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, who continued with the effort in Ward 1 and used American Rescue Plan dollars, 250, I believe, to put down, along with Proposition 407 dollars, grants from the Tohono O'odham Nation and Pascua Yaqui Tribe, as well as grants from Rio Nuevo, community donations. All in all, and my office with American Rescue Plan dollars, all in all, this $2.6 million project will transform an underutilized space under I-10 and Cushing Street into a world-class skate park for all skill levels. Cushing Street Skate Park is more than just a new recreation space. It's an investment in our community. This will be our largest and only fully shaded skate park, making skating safer and more accessible, especially during Tucson's hot summers. By transforming this underutilized space under I-10, we're creating a vibrant, active hub downtown for skaters of all ages and skill levels. We can't wait to see you all use it. And by the way, we are officially breaking ground on March 21st. Mark your calendars and please join us. I will be sharing more information the closer we get. Construction is expected to take about 6 to 8 months, with the ground opening in late 2025. I can't believe we're here. I love that everyone just kept at it. And you know, this is what happens when we put together our heads and our funds to make something as creative and as wonderful as the Cushing Street skate park for happening. So let's roll Tucson and let's have fun. And I'm looking forward to being able to do the ribbon cutting. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just reiterating everything you said. It's been an honor working with the skate park advocates, community to make this happen. So I appreciate you laying the groundwork for this. And I also want to thank Laura and her team because every time we're like, I think there's a pocket of money here, a pocket of money there that we have to go after, that y'all would jump at it and make sure that you were keeping us informed. So thank you to your team and to the community for bringing this awesome project to fruition.
Alrighty, did you need to read something into the record?
No, just a correction, Mayor, that it's for items G and H, both having to deal with the Cushing Street Skate Park that we're considering separately at the same time.
Alrighty, so if we can entertain a motion to approve item G and item H.
Mayor, I move that we pass and approve.
Alrighty, so there's a motion. May I have a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you for doing this. Your advocacy is really showing on this stuff.
Excellent. So without further discussion, we do need a roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mick Sulik? Mayor Romero.
Aye. Items
G and H.
G and H on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations.
You got your
Long
skate
time
park.
coming. The next item to be considered separately is item I.
Parks and Recreation, authorizing and approving the renaming of Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park.
Madam Mayor,
All righty, Councilmember Dahl.
thank you. The process for renaming city parks is pretty straightforward. A person or group sends Parks and Recreation a letter that explains why the park should be renamed, proposes a specific new name, provides justifying information, and finds $10,000 funding source to cover the cost of new signs, etc. As you heard earlier tonight, a group of young Native Americans and their supporters submitted such a letter to rename Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park. That triggered a public process that we've gone through that included a hearing by the Parks and Recreation Commission that sent us their recommendation supporting this renaming. I'm personally very, very pleased that the organizing group proposed the park be named for the well-respected Tohono teacher Danny Lopez. I first heard Danny's voice in the 1970s when we were both students at the University of Arizona. His 30-minute bilingual Desert Voices radio show was something I tried to listen to every week. I think it was on a Friday, because I was just fascinated to hear this indigenous language and to learn something more about the culture that was here before us. Later, I was privileged to meet Danny when, in a different lifetime, I worked with Native Seed Search, a group that preserves culture, especially in seed forms. He was very supportive of our projects and attended public events with offering a blessing or being involved in one way or another. The only time I ever saw my father dance was the time he was swept up into a round dance that Danny organized at the farm that the organization had bought down in Patagonia. I think that's a testament to his ability to include everyone in what he was doing. Because my father really didn't like to dance, and especially not in public. By the way, about a month ago, I spoke to Verlin Jose, chairman of the Tohono Nation. He was attending the groundbreaking for the new Old Pascua Yaqui casino and complex. And I mentioned that we were doing this project, and he said, oh yeah, I heard about it, and he thought it was great. And he told me that Danny Lopez had been his mentor. You can learn more about Danny Lopez as soon as Florence writes the book, or you can go to the U of A's American Indian Language Development Institute, and there's a short autobiography that you can read on the internet. So this park, most of you know, is located between Silver Bell Road and the Santa Cruz River, just north of the Pima Animal Care Center. Park visitors walk dogs from the center there or enjoy a stroll around the lake. Others fish or boat in the lake or bird watch, picnic. There's special use areas to fly model airplanes and run model boats. And there's also an off-leash area for dogs. Our 2018 city bond will fund future parking lot repair, an ADA sidewalk partially around the lake, an additional restroom, a destination playground, and a splash pad. Recently, a group has been formed to support the park. If you would like to help, you can contact them at their current name, or maybe their future name will be different, friendsofcolumbuspark@gmail.com. I'm pretty sure they'll be changing their name soon. And finally, I have a present for the city of Tucson that Antonio Ramirez brought that I think is pretty special. And it tells us something about the man, Danny Lopez.
Oh, I love that picture.
This is a photograph of him meeting the Dalai Lama.
With Bishop Kikanis. And Bishop Kikanis is on there too.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Mrs. Flores. Thank you, Azul. And I think with that, I should make a motion. I move to support and adopt resolution number 23889 relating to Parks and Recreation, renaming Christopher Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Dahl. I think the first time I was campaigning in 2019, young people, when they were canvassing around the area, were astonished to learn that there was a park named after Christopher Columbus, and asked if there was something they could do about it. And then later we got emails to our office requesting that we change the name. And we had to remind people that it was in Ward 3, but that we could help support. And I know that that's a lot of how Antonio got involved in this process. And I want to express my unwavering support for renaming Christopher Columbus Park to honor Danny Lopez, a revered Tohono O'odham elder and educator. This change isn't just symbolic, it represents a significant step toward acknowledging and respecting the rich indigenous heritage of this region. As has been mentioned, Tucson resides on the ancestral lands of the Tohono O'odham Nation. Renaming the park after Danny Lopez pays homage to the original stewards of this land and their enduring contributions to our community. It aligns with our city's commitment to inclusivity and respect for all cultures. Danny Lopez dedicated his life to preserving and teaching Tohono O'odham culture, language, and traditions. His efforts as a co-founder of the Desert Indian Dancers and his educational programs have left an indelible mark on countless individuals. Naming the park after him ensures that his legacy continues to inspire future generations. And I want to thank the family for our meeting at the Ward 1 office and sharing so much the wealth of knowledge and care that he gave community and that community gave back to him. The current name of Christopher Columbus Park has been a point of contention due to Columbus's historical impact on indigenous populations. Renaming the park to Danny Lopez reflects our community's values of respect, inclusivity, and commitment into righting these historical wrongs. This effort, again, has been mentioned, was community-driven and deeply supported. And I want to also thank the Tucson Native Youth Council, and especially Azul Navarrete Valera, Monica Lopez, and Antonio Ramirez, and everyone involved in this campaign for their dedication and persistence in making the renaming possible. Your work ensured, even though it took 5 years, ensured that Danny Lopez's contributions will not be forgotten and that the city of Tucson continues to be a place where history is told with honesty and integrity. Myself and Councilmember Dahl have pledged the financial support for the renaming process. In conclusion, again, it's a meaningful action that honors our Tohono O'odham relatives and enriches our community's cultural landscape. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I want to thank both you, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and Councilmember Dahl for following, making sure that this process was moving swiftly. And I too want to thank our Parks and Recreation staff, headed by Lara Hamway, and the organizers that made this happen. I encountered you all over the place in different events, asking for signatures of support from community. I had the honor of signing my name to that request, but especially to Azul Navarrete Valera, former co-presidents of the Tucson Native Youth Council, the family, Florence and Monica Lopez. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Chucho Ruiz, community leader, Jolene Jose, co-founder and sponsor of the Tucson Native Youth Council and the Tucson Native Youth Council, recommending for public process the renaming of Columbus Park to Danny Lopez Park. What a beautiful, beautiful recognition of what Danny Lopez means to all of us. Not only a beloved Tohono O'odham elder, but also an educator, someone that was extending the teachings of the Tohono O'odham people to the entire community, sharing the beautiful history of who the Tohono O'odham people are in our community. So I'm very honored. I'm happy that this process moved forward, and I'm happy to be part of this vote today. Councilmember Cunningham.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to. Okay. So the only thing I wanted to say was, I remember when this happened and it was really cool at the time. So I hope this doesn't come off weird. What's crazy to me is that we're going to, in like 2 weeks is the 25-year anniversary of the Walk of the Desert, when they walked from the Desert Museum to the Cia Cortez, right? I think Danny led that. Didn't he lead that walk? And so I remember reading about it when I was a kid, and well, I was like 25, but so I wasn't, I guess I was still kind of a kid, but I remember like thinking, oh man, if they do that next year, I want to do that. But I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm saying to myself, based on all the things, the crazy things that have been happening in the world, maybe it's time we do that walk again, right? And honor Danny the proper way. But he was stalwart in the community, full circle from the beginning of the meeting. He was really good. He was pretty tight with my dad, so I can't believe that we're doing this tonight of all nights. It just kind of all fits together. It's crazy how the universe works sometimes.
All righty, with that, Councilmember Fimbres?
I'm fine, Madam Mayor.
All righty, so we do
My
need,
hand's up, I don't know why.
go ahead, Richard.
No, go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay, all righty, no comment. So we do need to go to a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Sulik? Mayor Romero?
Aye. The item on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well, thank you so much. And the last, but certainly not least, item L.
Amending Tucson Code, Section 22-91A7 to rename the Cesar E. Chavez holiday to the Cesar E. Chavez and Dolores Huerta holiday.
I just wanted to thank the people here that did so much work back in 2014, when we created and established the Cesar Y. Chavez paid holiday for City of Tucson employees. I want to thank especially Western State Carpenters, Jorge Pereira and Bill Ruiz, the Arizona Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Holiday Coalition members that are here, many of them that are founders of the coalition back in the late 90s, I believe. Commissioner Cecilia Valdez from the Industrial Commission of Arizona, and of course, all the members of Arizona Jobs with Justice. I just want to thank everyone for your participation, for serving our community and being examples of what service to others means. Today, I propose that we expand the recognition to honor Dolores Huerta and add her name to the Cesar E. Chavez holiday for the City of Tucson. As your mayor, I hold the responsibility to ensure our city reflects the full truth of history. And so this is the right time to make this change, because history is shaped by the choices we make every single day. I had the honor of being able to put in a call today to Dolores Huerta, and she was absolutely so happy to hear that we are adding her name to the Cesar Chavez holiday. She sent her love. She says she misses coming to Tucson and that she will be here as quickly as she possibly can. Dolores Huerta's leadership, courage, and advocacy have been pivotal in this fight for social justice, economic justice, and equal rights to women. As the co-founder of the United Farm Workers alongside Chavez, Huerta has championed workers' rights, gender equality, and pay equity for over 6 decades. Her contributions have inspired generations of activists and continue to resonate deeply within our community. Renaming the Cesar E. Chavez and Dolores Huerta holiday reflects our commitment to honoring the full history of the farm worker movement and the collaborative spirit that fueled its success. It acknowledges the critical role that Dolores Huerta played, not just as an ally, but as a leader whose impact is felt nationwide to this day. This change aligns with Tucson's values of inclusivity, equity, and respect for those who fought for justice. Together, we can continue to celebrate the legacy of two extraordinary leaders whose work has profoundly influenced me and my family and the lives of countless individuals, including so many of you present today. So, as the daughter of a farm worker immigrant that worked in the fields of Yuma in California, I am so happy to request this change. And may I have a motion to approve the change, please?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Your Honor, just wanted to tell you, thanks for facilitating my opportunity to meet her. One of my favorite days.
Thank you. Any other comments? Vice Mayor?
No, sorry, Mayor.
And Councilmember Fimbres? All righty, I think he has perpetual hand up. So with that, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mixulic? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Let's do Fimbres again.
Mr. Fimbres?
All righty, the items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, everyone.
Seven zero, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, congratulations. A wonderful way to adjourn this meeting. Item 8 is adjournment. Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, March 4th, at or after 5:30 p.m.